All right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting, a regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council of April 24, 2024 to order.
And we'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District order.
Madam Clerk, will you call a joint roll call for both entities, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Martinez-Bravo?
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo?
Here.
Councilmember Tennyson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kildee?
Here.
And Mayor Tremblay.
Here. For the city attorney, could you please indicate for the record, Rachel, the items that the city council and the sanitary district board of directors are going into?
Yes, thank you, council and district board. We have 3 items. We're going to closed session for the city council. Item conference with legal counsel existing litigation, which is the OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon matter. We also have a conference with labor negotiators subject to Government Code 54957.6. And for the Camarillo Sanitary District, we'll be going in also for conference with labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. And if there's any reportable action, I will make that report.
Thank you very much. The record will reflect that the Camarillo City Council will be in recess and will reconvene, or into closed session, and will reconvene at 5 o'clock and
CSD.
as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board of Trustees for Wednesday, April 24th. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. And we will move on to the flag salute. Councilmember Kildee, would you be so kind to lead us in the flag salute? All right, we will move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to general public comments. And we have one card here. Mr. Jay Evans, would you like to address the library board?
I would.
Thank you, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes. Mayor, council members. I'm Jay Evans. I reside at 1939 Serrato Drive. I served on the Council on Aging for 8 years. In June 2022, my last meeting as a board member, I proposed a collaboration with the Camarillo Library to create a senior resource center at the library. The CCOA board approved the proposal. A board member and I met with Ms. Nasser and staff at the library, developed a plan with 3 components. CCOA to develop content for a senior resources page on the library website, CCOA to develop topics and speakers for educational presentations co-hosted at the library with funds provided, at the library co-hosted by the library, and with funds provided by CCOA, books and materials selected by the library and included in the library's collection would be placed in a designated senior resource center. During 2023, the first 2 components were completed and are ongoing. The progress of the collaboration has been reported in the CCOA meeting minutes and the 2022 and 2023 CCOA annual report to the council. In preparation for the 3rd component, a draft collaboration agreement was provided to Ms. Nasser for comment prior to presenting it to the CCOA board. The purpose of the agreement was to document the working relationship prior to providing funds for the library materials and to ensure the relationship continues even with turnover of staff at the library and board members. The draft agreement created issues which were not communicated clearly to CCOA, and since CCOA has been restricted, activities and the collaboration has been restricted. Additional content provided has not been worked on, and it appears that the collaboration agreement was unacceptable at the administrative level of the city. No alternative was documented or provided as a response to CCOA. I'm requesting that the library board request Mr. Thomas and Ms. Nasser report to the board on how full collaboration between the library and CCOA can resume and be documented. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your comment and for your service to the city of Camarillo as well. We will now move on to the consent calendar. This is our Camarillo Library Board meeting minutes. Can we get a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Second.
And can our city clerk please help with roll call?
Trustee Kildee?
Yes.
Trustee Santangelo?
Yes.
Trustee Tremblay? President Pro Tem Tennyson?
Yes.
And President Martinez Bravo?
Yes. All right, now we will move on to our discussion items. Do we have a staff report?
So good afternoon, Madam President and fellow library trustees. Earlier this month, Governor Gavin Newsom issued a proclamation declaring April 7th through 13th as California Library Week. California Library Week recognizes the essential services, resources, and opportunities that libraries provide for all Californians. There are 1,127 public libraries in California that serve as a critical community hub for education and lifelong learning, health and wellness, civic engagement, and workforce and economic development. On behalf of my library staff, we are grateful to have a strong community in Camarillo that supports our services. Camarillo Connections, the library's first multicultural event, will be on Sunday, May 19th from 1 to 5 p.m. here in the community room. The library has lined up cultural performances that include a Tahitian dance show, a Bollywood dancing performance, East Asian East to West musical concert, and a special Mexican folklorico fusion dance performance. We will have a few tables for community groups to speak about their culture. I am working closely with our library marketing team as well as city's marketing staff to highlight this family-friendly event in the next few days. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nassar. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, there are no questions. Thank you so much for your great report. Do we have any board or staff comments? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and adjourn the library board.
And I will reconvene this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Are there any changes to this agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to general public comments. I haven't received any comment cards. No, nobody wants to address the Camarillo Sanitary District? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Madam Chair, may I just have a question? I don't need it pulled, but I just have a question. Is that permissible? Sure. I apologize for not asking this before. It's actually on number 2 of the recommendation, and it's the purchase of 2 stationary standby generators. Can I ask a question, just a minor question on that? Is my mic on? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Why do we need 2? I'm just curious as to why we need 2.
Right, it's for 2 of the pump stations, 2 separate locations where we have pump stations throughout the system. So each location needs an upgrade with a new generator.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, now I'll entertain a motion.
Move
I'll
approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Director Martinez-Bravo,
Yes.
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Secretary Tennyson,
Yes.
and Chair Santangelo.
Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. And this brings us down to our discussion item, which we will be doing jointly with City Council, so I will reconvene the Camarillo Sanitary District. Or, did I say that right? No, I'm going to recess.
Right, it'll be recessed to the joint discussion item. That's okay, we're all on the same wavelength on the 5-year CIP. All right, I'm going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the City Council. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. First thing I would like to do is to introduce to everyone, if you have not yet met him, Mitchell Cameron, our new Administrative Service Director and Chief Innovation Officer. Mitchell, would you like to just say a couple of quick words from there, or either way, whatever you're comfortable with?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Mitchell Cameron, a local here in Camarillo, live right down the road. Cannot be more excited to be a part of this team. I genuinely appreciate all the hard work this council and staff has done to make such an amazing community, and I'm really appreciative of the opportunity to help make it continue to improve it. Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah,
Thank
welcome.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. I knew Mr. Cameron, who did outstanding work with Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District. He knows the community thoroughly, so we're happy to. And then you were gone from Camarillo for a little while professionally, but now you're back. So happy to have you aboard.
Thank you so much. Happy to be back. Thank you. I look forward to getting to know everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see, we're now going to go to council and staff comments and reports. Are there any reports from staff? Hearing none, let's go with council members. Who would like to start? I'm looking at Councilmember Tennyson.
I might as well.
Okay.
I had the opportunity last week on April 16th to attend our legislative days with the mayor and city staff, meeting with our consultant in Sacramento, our 2 assembly members, and our state senator to share Camarillo's legislative goals for this year and the future of the next 3, 4, or 5 years. It was very meaningful, and I think we were well received by our legislators. On the following 3 days, 17th, 18th, and 19th, I attended Cal City's Leadership Summit along with Councilmember Martinez Bravo and the mayor. And on April 22nd, along with Councilmember Martinez Bravo, I attended the Finance Committee meeting and the Investment Committee meeting. And yesterday, along with Councilmember Santangelo, I attended the Local Appointment Committee meeting. That's it.
All right. Vice Mayor Kildee?
Yes, on April 12th, I attended VRSD. We had a special board meeting. And last Saturday night, I attended the Boys and Girls Club. It was a fundraiser for them. And those are all I have.
That's it. All right. Councilmember Santangelo?
On April 11th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. On April 17th, I did not attend that. April 16th to the 18th, I was in San Jose for the Cal CCA conference. That was with the Clean Power Alliance and many other CCAs across California. It was really well attended. Over 750 people were there. On April 18th from San Jose, I attended the CPA Executive Committee meeting. On April 23rd, yesterday with Councilmember Tennyson, I attended the Local Appointment Committee. And earlier today, I attended the CPA Finance Committee meeting. On April 19th, I had a short meeting with Dennis Hardgrave. On April 20th, I attended the grand opening of Pleasant Valley Rec and Park District Nature Education Building. And then later that night on the 20th, the Boys and Girls Club fundraising gala honoring Randy Churchill. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Thank
You're
you,
up.
Mayor. On Saturday, April 13th, City Council was invited to attend a private screening by Vista Real Charter High School to watch a documentary here at our local Roxy Camarillo Theater. And so I went to attend this winning documentary. It's called La Lucha, Getting Schooled in America, which follows at-risk teenagers fighting their societal obstacles and educational systems that did not work for them to graduate from school and rise above their fate. It was filmed in the Pacoima neighborhood in Los Angeles, and the people and the places in that documentary mirror really the multitude of teens and adolescents that are impoverished, faced with crime, dismal resources, and inadequate educational opportunities. So it was a really good movie, and I was able to take my children as well. April 16th, I also flew with staff and our council members to Sacramento to attend the League of Cities Conference until that Friday, April 19th. And I was joined by Councilmember Tennyson, Mayor Tremblay, staff that attended, also Principal Management Analyst Alonso Ramirez. And thank you also to staff who were present for Lobbying Day. As was mentioned, our City Manager, Greg Ramirez, Assistant City Manager Carmen Nichols, and Principal Civil Engineer Andrew Grubb. It was a very good experience, and I think we were very well represented there in Sacramento, and I was very proud of that. Saturday, April 20th, upon coming back, there were multiple events I attended. April 20th was the grand opening of the PVRPD Nature Education Building, which was a really fun event, and the city was present as well. Public Work was there, and it was fun to see what they had. April 20th, I also attended the Camarillo Pride fundraiser, and April 20th, I attended the Boys and Girls Club fundraiser. And I would really like to thank Mr. Roberto Martinez, the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, for the wonderful work that he is doing and staff and the board is doing to really provide these services to children and adolescents who really are the most in need in our community, and I'm very proud to be a part of that. April 22nd, I attended both the investment and finance meetings with Councilmember Tennyson, and today is also, I love these holidays because it kind of just gives us a moment to appreciate one another. Today is also Administrators Day. So I wanted to thank our administrators from our city for all the wonderful work that you do. You help to make this city a better place, and I'm very thankful for that. And on that notion of celebration, I also wanted to, I know it's not City Manager's Day, but I really wanted to thank Greg Ramirez for his wonderful work here in the city. There is so much work that happens behind the scenes, and Greg, I know you care deeply about our community and our city, and I see how hard you work and how respectful you are towards our input as well, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for meetings attended, April 11, the Airport Authority. On April 12, I had 2 committee meetings for Metrolink. On April 16th through 18th, I was in Sacramento for the, first of all, on the 16th for some meetings together with Councilmember Tennyson, with legislators and staff regarding city projects and issues. And then on the 17th and 18th with Council Members Tennyson and Martinez Bravo and myself on the Cal Cities, the City Leaders Summit. And I want to go through just a couple of those issues in just a moment. On April 20th, we had the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club Gala, which council members have already talked about. And kudos to the Boys and Girls Club, and kudos to Randy Churchill, who was honored by the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club. And just to hit a high point on that, all 5 council members were present at the Boys and Girls Club Gala. It was very well attended. On April 23, I had a meeting on the Finance Committee for California Association of Sanitation Agencies, the Board of Directors. And then this afternoon, I had a Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency board meeting. 2 quick issues. One is at the last meeting, and Mr. Klotzel will know this, I asked for a report in the future on polyfluoroalkyl PFAS news. There's been a lot going on federally lately at that level, and I would like to ask that you add to that report, Mr. Matsuoka, add to that report 2 things. One is that 2 of those PFAS were just designated as hazardous substances per CERCLA by the EPA. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that insofar as impacts, if any, to our publicly owned treatment works. And then also add the status of any pending, of the pending federal legislation which would exempt wastewater facilities or municipal wastewater facilities from liability with respect to PFAS cleanup. I know that there is such legislation, but I'm not prepared to go in the weeds through that tonight. But I'd like to know a little bit more about that pending legislation, and it's directly relevant to our wastewater treatment plant, and it's directly relevant to financial impacts for the city. And then second issue, very quickly on Cal Cities, in terms of what we looked at, we spent a great deal of time on the organized retail theft issues. There's a package of bills in the legislature, and it's relevant to us because we have Camarillo outlets and other businesses which suffer from organized retail theft. There's also a potential initiative which has been turned over to the Secretary of State, and signatures are being counted now. We'll see if it qualifies, but that would be for sending that to the voters for a reform of Proposition 47 in November, and it's an important issue. And then a look into the future, which is really interesting. One is on extended producer responsibility for solid waste. Rather than have that on the consumers, on all of us who are paying for that, it would be on the producers. And then our transition to zero-emission vehicle fleets and sustainable funding issues. So all of that was at the Cal Cities conference, and it was a worthwhile conference. So that's it from that standpoint. Now we're going to go to consent calendar, and we've got items C through O on that. Is there anybody who wants to pull anything from consent? Hearing none, do I have a motion on
Here,
consent?
here the approval for consent as submitted.
Okay, I think I heard a motion from the Vice Mayor, and I think I heard a second
I
from
can second.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo. Tie goes to the runner. And Madam Secretary, may we please have the roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kilby,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes, record will reflect that item is approved on a 5-0 vote.
I'm going to reconvene the Camarillo Sanitary District for our joint item.
Okay, so we've got both the City Council and the Sanitary District Board of Directors reconvene for item P, which is the draft fiscal year 2024-2029 capital improvement program and pavement management discussion. Mr. Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Before,
looking around.
before staff provides the presentation, and you're welcome to step up to the mic, Andrew, I just wanted to acknowledge the immense amount of work that goes into this document. I know it starts with the nucleus of our CIP team, but it really expands out to the entire Public Works Department and cross-departmental, including finance and whatnot. But it's a heavy lift. It's a lot of work. They do a fantastic job. We will be bringing back, as part of the May 18th budget workshop, kind of a companion funding component to this, where we talk about our fund balances for the different major funds and how we will fund a number of these projects and whatnot. That will also be part. This is also crucial. The information developed in this plan to be included in the comprehensive financial strategic plan that the council has established as part of your goals and objectives. So this is kind of the starting point for that. So based on that, great job, everybody. And go ahead, Andrew.
Very good. If I could add a couple preliminary items, just a description of how we're going to go through this item. Couple different parts. Our CIP document, council's been provided ahead of time. Andrew Grubb will walk us through that. A period of questions after that. And then we are going to spend some time on our pavement management program, which has just recently been updated. So some detailed information on that, which is a component and feeds into the capital improvement program. So it's kind of a two-part presentation here, and Andrew will kick it off and get going on the first part.
All right. Thank you, Dave, and good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. Tonight, as Dave mentioned, staff will be presenting two documents: the draft fiscal years 2024-2029 capital improvement program, referred to as the CIP for short. And as mentioned later, James Campera will be presenting an update to our pavement management program. I too want to start by extending my gratitude towards the many staff that worked on the development of this draft, including Tom Bollers, Alyssa Yim, Bobby Dame, Raina Bassett, Mark Aribi, James Campero, Dave Klotzel, and our entire Public Works staff, and the many others that helped shape this document starting back in October. So we have a very full agenda tonight. We'll try to get through here, starting with an overview of the CIP. We'll go over projects, new projects, projects in construction, highlight a few of the projects, including the Pleasant Valley Road Bike Lanes project, Year 1 Camarillo Sanitary District and Water projects, the Standby Power project. Carmen will be providing an update on the facilities projects, and then we'll go over the next steps in the CIP, the timeline, and then James will be providing the update to the PMP. The capital improvement program is updated annually, includes 5 categories: transportation, water, sanitary, storm drain, and building and grounds, covering the current fiscal year plus 5 years. Staff's workload and the budget are really focused on those projects listed in Year 1, 2024 to 2025. This CIP includes 85 projects totaling nearly $300 million. 50 of these projects are considered active and include funding in the current fiscal year or Year 1. This year, 8 new projects were added. These new projects include the next series of our annual pavement resurfacing and overlay. Next is the bridge preventative maintenance project. This was added. Caltrans every 2 years goes around the state and inspects the bridges and provides a bridge inspection report. This project was added to implement recommended routine maintenance at 2 bridges, the Pleasant Valley Road Bridge and Upland Road Bridge, crossing Cayugas Creek. Next is the transit charging station, a joint project with the Ventura County Transportation Commission, funded with $4 million of SB 125 grant funds to support the electrification of our transit fleet. Next are improvements to the pump station number 3, which is a new project to address additional improvements that were identified from the recently completed pump station rehabilitation project. Next was the improvements to the water reclamation plant entrance road, which is currently in very poor condition and in need of more extensive repairs. Next is the aeration diffuser replacement at Plant 1, which is needed to continue operations until the larger plant upgrades can be completed. And finally, the Kayaketzel ditch repair project, which will make improvements to the channel directly north and adjacent to the water reclamation plant that was recently affected by the increased storm events over the past 2 years. The Capital Projects Division has been busy with many projects in design, and over the next few years, we plan to see more projects move towards construction. Currently, we have 7 CIP projects in construction shown here. And just to highlight a few of those priority projects, we have the Council Chambers remodel, the Dizdar Park renovation project, and the road rehabilitation project, all in construction. The road rehabilitation project was funded by a Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act grant, and the many more shown here as well. As you can see, the desalter has some follow-up projects which we'll be discussing later as well. The Pleasant Valley Road Bike Lanes project will install new buffered Class 2 bike lanes along both sides of Pleasant Valley Road. City Council awarded a design contract on July 24th, 2019, and the environmental phase is completed in April 2022. The project is now in final design, and the project's been awarded $4.6 million in Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Act, or CMAQ, grant funds that must be obligated by September of this year. As the project progressed into final design, the cost estimate was adjusted to reflect the current bid climate and final design elements. Now the current $4.6 million grant funds are projected to cover just under half of the $9.5 million estimated total project cost. Staff is actively pursuing additional grant funds for construction while continuing to ensure that the project meets existing grant funding deadlines. Currently, $2.9 million is shown as unfunded, and staff will continue to finalize the design and plan to bring the project back to council to request authority to advertise the project later this year. For the Year 1 Camarillo Sanitary District projects, this CIP includes 16 active CSD projects with funding programmed in current or Year 1. Some of these projects include the sewer improvements per our sanitary sewer master plan, which is currently in the final stages of design and anticipated to be bid and in construction in fiscal year 24-25. Also in final design is the second phase to the chemical system improvements, which will provide much needed improvements to the sludge pumps and waste activated sludge system to ensure system reliability before the larger upgrades can be completed. This project is also in the final stages of design and is anticipated to be in construction in fiscal year 24-25. The Lewis to Flynn Road sewer project to construct a new sewer line beneath the railroad to replace the existing deficient line, and also the water reclamation plant upgrades project, which the CSD board recently awarded a contract to kick off conceptual design. This CIP includes 9 active water projects, a few of which I will highlight here, and include the priority water projects with a focus on furthering reducing the city's reliance on imported state water. The first project will replace 14,100 existing water meters and install new network and communication equipment to establish advanced metering infrastructure. The project is currently in final design, with construction anticipated to start in fiscal year 24-25. Next is the Well E project, which will construct a production well to replace the existing Well D. Staff will be recommending award of a design contract to start this design later this summer. Next, as mentioned, the desalter project. This project is in for the standby well is currently in design. This will be awarded later this year and go into final design. Construction is anticipated to start in fiscal year 24-25, or sorry, excuse me, 25-26. Again, this desalter project includes many projects, ongoing follow-up projects, including the water recovery basin, AV, SCADA upgrades, and the standby well project. Last is the Charter Oaks Pump Station project, which will include construct new pump stations near 2 existing imported well connections to utilize local groundwater and reduce our reliance on imported state water. And next, I'd like to invite Carmen Nichols to speak on some of the changes to the facilities and grounds project.
Thank you, Andrew. All of our facilities are experiencing a high level of deferred maintenance. Because they involve maintenance, some of these projects have been moved to the operations budget. The police facility flooring and stairwell tread replacement, under that project, the flooring has been completed. But for safety purposes to one of our critical facilities, we will continue on the project of replacing the stairwell tread. So that will be replaced, as planned to replace in the next fiscal year. On the next, the City Hall HVAC equipment replacement and the City Hall roof restoration projects, these have been consolidated with the City Hall renovation project. And what we're doing here is taking advantage of the proper timing of these projects. These projects will preserve our facilities. So as I mentioned, there's been deferred maintenance. So we will preserve our facilities. We will replace obsolete equipment, and we aim for the energy efficiencies. We aim to install energy efficient systems. The City Hall design, with that design of City Hall renovation, we will address safety and security issues. We will also maximize the space efficiency. So those 3 projects have been consolidated together. Other projects that have consolidated with CIP projects include the police facility interior lighting upgrades. This has been consolidated with the courtyard interior light upgrades. We intend to, again, maximize economies of scale under this project. We will address energy efficiencies and replace the obsolete equipment that are not available when we have some major repairs to do. So we will be replacing that equipment, and these are very critical facilities for our day-to-day ongoing operations, and especially when we have any safety matters or power outages. So these 2 facilities are really important for us to continue to operate during those circumstances. So those are just some quick updates on our facilities projects.
Next, we'd like to provide an update on the standby power project. On October 13th, 2021, Council awarded a professional services contract to design a hybrid microgrid combining solar, battery storage, and diesel generation for providing power during an outage. 6 facilities were studied, including City Hall, Corporation Yard, Police Station, the library, and the water reclamation plant, and the desalter. Through the design process, staff studied the cost of installing solar, battery, and diesel generation, and proposes the following phased approach to take advantage of future solar and battery while prioritizing the continuity of services and operations at City Hall and the Corporation Yard in emergency situations and power outages. The first phase includes installing generators at City Hall and Corp Yard that are needed now for emergency preparedness and will ultimately be the last resort when solar and a future battery is added. The project includes replacement of the switchgear and conduit for future battery storage. Staff will continue to research available technology to eventually phase out the diesel generators, such as fuel cells, which may be an option as technology advances in the future and as funding opportunities arise. The second phase would include solar carports at City Hall and the library. Staff plans to return to council to request authority to advertise a request for proposals for installation of these solar carports. We do have a deadline to complete solar installation under the current Net Energy Metering Program 2.0, of April 15th, 2026. And that's a rate tariff structure from SCE when we install that solar. By doing so, we can offset 100% of the building load and reduce, and it'll provide a new sustainable source of energy for the buildings. The last phase would be the battery energy storage systems. This would be a future phase, and as we continue to seek funding or pursue additional grant funding, we can look at that and see if that's an option as well. So again, this project implements an action strategy in the city's sustainability master plan. So finally, just a quick timeline for the current CIP. The council budget workshop is currently scheduled for May 18th, and staff plans to bring the fiscal year 25 budget and 5-year CIP to council on June 26th to recommend adoption. So this concludes my portion of the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions on the 5-year CIP before James presents.
Thank you, Andrew. Do any members of the council have questions for Andrew regarding this portion of the presentation?
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one question, Andrew, for the bike, the Pleasant Valley Bike Project. So we have about half of that amount, and then we're hoping to get the other half in grants. How does that look? Because I'm getting a little nervous because it does have a deadline you mentioned by this year.
That's correct. And if I could just pull up, I don't have the funding breakdown as a slide, but you're correct. Currently, we have $4.6 million in CMAQ grant funding. Our total construction cost estimate right now is about $9 million, with a total project cost of $9.5 million. So our local match required would be around $600,000 for that $4.6 million. So that remainder, we could use either a combination of TMF, traffic mitigation funds, and we're also pursuing additional funding, including additional CMAQ funding, which we're hoping to hear back from soon. So, and that's kind of what we'd like to request council's direction on whether to continue to pursue that final design. The plan would be to come back later, again, while meeting that short deadline. We have to obligate the existing $4.6 million of CMAQ funding.
You said it was August?
September, we need
September.
to obligate. So we plan to submit the request for authorization in June.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, we got two. Okay.
Go ahead,
No,
Dave.
tie goes to the runner. Councilmember Tennyson.
Just to follow up on the Pleasant Valley Road bike lanes, I'm looking at this upcoming fiscal year, and you're only estimating $100,000 in expenditures this coming fiscal year?
Part of that is with the current change to the timing and when that PO would be issued, when those expenses hit. But we might have to shift some of those funds from year 2 once we get the actual bids into the current year. And that would be partly dependent on if we can successfully find additional grant funding. But the grant funding, the $4.6 million we have, can be moved into that current year if needed.
So we currently have that on hand, and that could be shifted to 24-25 fiscal year if we needed it.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to ask another quick question. I'm just focusing on year 1 because that's the upcoming budget. We're looking at $26.5 million in CIP funding for the upcoming fiscal year, and it looks like our revenue sources include $17.8 million from other sources and $8.7 million from general fund. Is that accurate?
Yes, maybe if I could ask Greg Ramirez or Finance to address that, because I think part of that discussion will be in the May 18th budget discussion.
That's correct. We'll be going over that in detail in the May 18th budget workshop.
And I guess the one thing, I don't want to put you on the spot, Andrew, but I'm going to. As members of a family, we have to prepare budgets every year, and we have things we really, really think we need, and then we have things we really, really want to have. And the things we think we need in order to sustain are the ones we spend our money on first, and the ones we want to have, unless you're in my household, are put off for further years. Are there things, could you prioritize any of these CIP requests for the coming fiscal year? I'm not asking you for outlying fiscal years. Are there any you think are more important than others? I know you're going
That's
to
a
ask
great
Mr.
question.
Ramirez to answer that, aren't you?
That's a great question, and we do make a significant effort to move those projects into year one that truly are the priority projects that are either needed for ongoing maintenance, such as our pavement rehabilitation program that happens annually. So are you asking directly about general fund projects or just overall in our CIP?
General fund.
General fund projects?
Yes.
And I think, again, that could be part of that discussion at the May 18th budget session, depending on funding. I think tonight we're talking about the CIP projects themselves, and really we've made an effort to bring those forward. The year one projects are the priority projects.
So I should put you on the spot on that day then,
On May
You
18th.
and you'll be ready
can.
for it.
We'll
All
be
right,
ready.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Vice Mayor Cody.
Yeah, Andrew, could you go back to, I think it's a second slide, I think you said there's 8 new projects at,
Is there one in particular,
yeah,
Councilmember Cody?
I think if you could go one more, I think you said there's 20 some odd ongoing projects, and there's 8, but you don't necessarily have to go back there. But the question is, how do we prioritize what those 8 projects are? Are they prioritized due to grant funding? Is it prioritized through need? Is it prioritized that, hey, something is in a lot worse shape than what we thought? We got to get on this a little earlier than what we thought. But what's the process here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember Cody. Each year, and again, these 8 new projects that we mentioned are spread out through the CIP. So those aren't, I would consider all our priority projects, but they were new projects, and they were added for a number of reasons. As mentioned, the annual resurfacing program that happens each year, and we add a resurfacing and overlay project to the CIP. So those are new projects. Many of these projects could arise out of need, if it's urgent maintenance that's required, such as some of the projects at the water reclamation plant in order to continue operations. So there's a number of reasons that those projects might get moved up and again into those year one or year two, closer to the current year.
So just from my point of view, and I support the 5-year outlook. I support looking into the future. But from where I'm coming from, and I'm just one council member here, though, that we're really not approving, tonight we're not really approving anything, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the things that are in the 5-year capital improvement are not going to be discussed in perpetuity. In other words, we're not necessarily approving a 5-year here. We're kind of looking at what the needs may or may not be within that 5-year period. And I guess the question I have for you, how do you prioritize that? I mean, I don't mean to be long-winded, but you take the bike lanes here. We've been talking about that since I think it's 2018, 2019. We still have, I think it's somewhere north of a $2 to $2.5 million funding issue there, but we don't really even know the total cost of that yet. So I guess where I'm coming from, it's difficult for me to look out 3 or 4 or 5 years now, and I understand the need, but the question I've always had is, where is the funding going to come from? So from your point of view, how do you prioritize something like that? I don't mean to put you in a spot, but I just thinking about these questions here. Mm-hmm.
That's a great question. I think specifically speaking to that Pleasant Valley Road bike lanes, I think there is a safety importance to that project. Right now, Pleasant Valley Road doesn't have shoulders, and so it can be challenging for bicyclists and cars to navigate. And again, the plan with that project was when we go to request authority to advertise the bids, we could go into a larger discussion and bring more accurate cost estimates. And at that time, hopefully we'll find out about any additional grant funding. But to go back to your question, I think prioritization, you know, really involves a lot of different factors. Safety being, I think, one of the primary ones, ongoing maintenance, things to keep our city operational.
Okay, and obviously you work very closely with our finance department here on trying to find new grants, other fundings for these, you know, projects. And if we do get them, then they could move up the rung. Is that correct as far as coming to fruition?
That's correct. Sometimes the grant deadlines might drive a project and whether we need to get that done in order to meet those grant deadlines.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Andrew, a couple of questions if I can. So, for example, in the CIP, in the summary, what we are looking at, if I'm reading it correctly, is for the fiscal years 24-25 through 28-29, we're looking at a 5-year total projected of in excess of $271 million, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we all understand from a macro standpoint, this is the type of cost that we are looking at. So then let me hone in on just a couple of projects. With respect to the wastewater treatment plant, which was originally built in the 50s and has been upgraded, I want everybody to know it's been upgraded a number of times since then, but it still is, the condition is deteriorated and most of it needs to be replaced, if not completely rehabilitated within the next 5 to 7 years. In the CIP, you have, just for phase 1 of that, $24 million for that project cost, correct? And then phase 2, could you just walk us through a little bit of what Public Works expects us to do relative to that project over the course of the next 5 to 7 years in particular?
Yeah, and fortunately I have some support staff with us tonight. If I could ask maybe either Ken or Mike to come up to address the water reclamation plan.
I just want to make sure that we have a good understanding of what's on our plate. And this is just a portion of what our CIP expenditures are anticipated to be.
Hey,
welcome aboard.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay. So yeah, a project like that, it's a very large project. We just recently awarded the conceptual design as shown in the CIP, which is SS 5118 and 5119. We split that project into 2 phases as is currently, based on the need of the project and the existing facilities and where they're at. It's difficult to predict at this point. We're projecting ahead, so we're doing our best with the limited information. Obviously, we just started conceptual design to try and lay out a plan, start thinking about the financial aspect of it. Obviously, we will be coming back to the Utilities Committee. We will be coming out back to the board on a regular basis to describe, you know, the process and how it will move forward. Unfortunately, we don't have all the specifics at this point, but at this current step, we're looking at the design, the conceptual design, to lay out, you know, the overall project.
Well, like Councilmember Tennyson said, I don't want to put you on the spot, but just looking ahead in terms of crystal ball, is it accurate to think that the estimates in 2022 dollars for that project alone, for the wastewater treatment plant, we're currently estimating at $150 million?
That's correct. Correct? That's correct.
All right, and some of that is in addition to the $271 million in the 5-year CIP, right?
It's within the 270 million
30,
portion.
38 million is within the 271 million, right?
Exactly.
And 112 million is just outside, but on the year 6 or year 7 horizon, right?
That's correct.
I'm just trying to make sure we have it. So when we're and that's a priority project, would you assert, because of the condition of the plant?
Correct.
And then would you also, is it also correct to think that, you know, we have, maybe give a couple other examples of some priority projects. The Las Posas Bridge, for example, where we have a severe reactive aggregate issue, basically deteriorated concrete, with a bridge, and that replacement will, it's not right over the 101, it's right in the intersection of Ventura Boulevard and Las Posas. But that replacement is about $20 million, if I understand correctly, right?
Correct.
And we currently have about $5 million in congressionally appropriated funds for that, right?
Correct.
And we're trying to obtain another, I'd say approximately $10 million under the Highway Bridge Program, right?
Correct.
But then the remainder of that would come from general funds, right?
Majority of it, yes.
A majority of it, okay. And then, just as another example, the Pleasant Valley force main sewer coming back on the sanitary side. That's an instance where we have a corroded collection system line. It's critically important for our city. It serves thousands of customers. We need to replace that, basically replace that with a second line, right?
Correct.
And is it also fair to say that some of those funds will come from enterprise funds, sanitary district fees, right?
Correct.
But then some are going to be coming from general fund monies, right? And we don't quite know how to sketch that out yet, right?
Exactly.
But is it fair to believe that some substantial portion of that $271 million in CIPs for the next 5 years will be coming from general fund, if we can't otherwise get it through enterprise funds?
Correct.
Right. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand the pressure that we face relative to our general fund on these capital projects, many of which, if not most, are high. And then we go back and forth on the prioritization, but they have a high priority.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
And,
All
and
right.
just for reference, back to the original question of the general fund, or the question that had come up previously by Councilmember Tennyson, page 10 does identify, of the 5-year CIP, that specifically identifies general funds or general funded projects. And so we obviously pay close attention at that. We work closely with the city manager's office and finance because we understand that's a general fund impact. And so usually those projects you see in year one fall in line with those type of projects where they're critical. It's something that we're trying to, be proactive instead of reactive in terms of what would happen. On occasion, we do have projects that, let's say it's a maybe community need or a little more, it's not a have to. And typically the CIP team will try and identify those projects, which, as Mr. Grubb had mentioned, Pleasant Valley is one of them. There's obviously some major benefits there in terms of the widening the project. As I'll get into in a minute, the paving is really in poor shape. But we did identify there is a general fund component, and we wanted to make sure to bring that to council for discussion. So we typically would try and highlight those projects that we feel are worth discussion. If we don't highlight them, those are typically projects that are a priority, and there's some type of component where we feel like this is a priority, we need to get it complete. And as Mr. Grubb mentioned, we try and focus on year one because that's where the budget is. So we're looking closely, and you'll notice sometimes we shift projects that last year or in the current year we're in year two, about to move to year one. We look a little closer at it and say, okay, well, let's keep that, shift that back out, and it would be for that purpose. We're obviously working closely with finance and city manager's office and council to try and identify what's the most critical, because there are decisions to be made.
Right, because we've got to juggle those balls and figure
Exactly.
out. Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for letting us put you on the spot. But before you go, are there any other questions for Andrew relative to CIP or for James?
For
Councilman
James, just a clarification. Mr. Mayor, you pointed out that a large chunk of this is general fund money, and I guess for my thought process, is some of this also going to come from the water fund? It's not all going to be general fund money?
Oh, no, that's what I meant by enterprise funds. I mean,
Okay.
there'll be a substantial portion coming from enterprise funds, but then a very
There will be
substantial
a
portion
hit to
coming
the
from
general.
general fund unless we have other resources. And by that, I mean grants or
Right.
some other resource.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Andrew while we've got him on the spot? Okay. All right, James, before you come up and do a pavement management presentation, let me just give everyone a heads up on where we are on the agenda. We have this item, the CIP item, and our capital improvement program, and for us to provide any input back and for the public to give us any input back. I think it's going to go a little bit past 6 o'clock tonight. We're going to then have, after that, public comments on items that are not on the agenda following that 6 o'clock. And then since we've all been going at this for a couple of hours now, we want you to know we're going to take a little bit, this is just a roadmap for what's ahead. We're going to take about a 15 to 20 minute break. We're then going to come back and we have 2 more items on the agenda. One is on community development block grants, and then the second is on the Airport North specific plan. So we're a little, if you're here for the Airport North specific plan discussion, it's a little bit of ways. It's going to be a little while before we ultimately get to that and to the community development block grant program. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up since we were getting close to 6 o'clock. Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
James, do you want to now go to a pavement management program? And then after you speak, I'll ask for comments from the council, and then I'll also ask for any public comments on either the CIP or on the pavement management program.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is James Campero, as was mentioned. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director. Appreciate the opportunity to present an update on the pavement management program, also known as the PMP. I know it's common practice to save the big reveal for the end, but I'm just going to cut to the chase by starting things off by saying that the city of Camarillo can loudly and proudly proclaim that we have the best roads in the county, and really we rank right up there with nationally as well. And as I'll explain in the upcoming slides, it doesn't just happen. We really need a robust program in order to achieve that title. So the pavement management program is exactly as it sounds, backwards. It's a program used to help manage our pavement. And it's called a program for a reason, because it consists of multiple phases and elements within that program. And ultimately, the goal of the update is to generate a PMP report, which was attached to the agenda. And in turn, that's used to develop a multi-year paving budget and a multi-year paving priority schedule or plan. All that with the simple goal of appropriately maintaining our roadway system and, simply put, getting the biggest bang for our buck when it comes to pavement maintenance. So a little background on our roadway system. We have and maintain just over 200 centerline miles, which equates to 46 million square feet of pavement. We currently have a system-wide average weighted PCI of 83, PCI standing for Pavement Condition Index, which I'll describe in a minute here. But as I alluded to before, 83 is a very good number. And our roadway system has an estimated replacement value of $300 million. So it's one of the largest assets, if not the largest asset, that the city has. So we want to make sure that so it's important we prioritize the maintenance of that, which the city of Camarillo has done a great job of that. So here's a general overview of the pavement management program and the associated process. First, we inspect and rate every single roadway in the city. Then we enter that data into a computer database known as StreetSaver. StreetSaver is a tried and true database that's used by approximately 80% of the cities in California. It's a very good planning tool and an important component of the overall program. We also update construction costs into the StreetSaver database as part of the PMP update. This was particularly important with this update since StreetSaver costs hadn't been updated since our last update back in 2016. We then run budget scenarios and pavement condition projections. So this is the planning portion of the program. And this then helps us establish a multi-year pavement budget and a multi-year paving priority schedule or plan, which is currently where we're at today. Once we establish the budget, the pavement budget and schedule, then we actually design the project, because the initial stage is just the planning stage. And then after that, we finalize design, determine the appropriate treatment, whether it's slurry seal or overlay, for example, and then we design the project, bid the project, and construct the project. sorry, just to go back here. And one of the things I just want to emphasize here is that it's important to be successful on all these phases when it comes to the program in order to achieve success and a good pavement condition. That's why we are limited in that limited group, because it's difficult to do. For example, if you have a good design team, but you don't have sufficient funding, then your roadway pavement condition declines. If you have sufficient funding, but you don't plan accordingly or make good use of that money, then you would lose your public support and the funding that goes along with it. So you really need to be firing on all cylinders for the program to be effective. And not only has Camarillo been able to achieve this, more importantly, we've been able to sustain this. So all good news, is literally and figuratively. So here's a look at the pavement condition index. That index, or PCI, as I mentioned, that I've been referring to. This is an industry standard index used to rate pavements, and it's widely used by most cities and counties. We actually inspect and rate every roadway for the PCI and update the Street Saver database, and this helps produce an overall average weighted PCI, which is what most cities and agencies use to rate their system. So in general, there are 5 categories as shown here. PCI 85 to 100 is considered very good and is shown in blue here, 100 being a brand new roadway. PCI from 70 to 84 is considered good and is shown in green. This is a pretty wide range you see there, and there's a large difference between the higher end of good and the lower end of that PCI category. Most cities want to be at that higher end of the green category. This is where you essentially make the best use of your funds, as I'll explain in the upcoming slides. Shown in yellow is the fair category with the PCI from 50 to 69. This is a very difficult category to be in, and difficult for cities once they're in that level to recover from that up into the good category. This is where it starts to become what we refer to as a kind of a slippery slope, and once you get too far into that area, it's difficult to get back. Things can decline very, very quickly. PCI from 26 to 49 is poor, and PCI from 0 to 25 is failed. Agencies usually in that category typically cannot get out of those categories without some very drastic major changes or measures. And here's Camarillo. Our current PCI is 83, which is comfortably in that good category. We were a little backlogged on Street Saver update and just completed a few of those, so honestly this is even a little higher than I had anticipated. And again, we don't want to get too comfortable. We want to make sure that we stay diligent and continue to fund, design, and construct our annual paving projects appropriately. So this shows the colors and text, but I always like to show the real-world examples. And here they are. So this is a very good category, and this is actually a recently completed road in our Old Town neighborhood. We received very good feedback from our residents in the Old Town area, and I'll actually, you'll see why in a couple slides here. Very nice pavement here. And here are some streets that it's pretty much a good reflection of the city, of most of the roadways in our city. In fact, we actually just walked around outside City Hall and took some pictures of the surrounding streets, so that's how commonplace they are here. Nice pavement, minimal cracking here. This is the good category, and most of our streets are in that area on the higher end, near the 80, at or above the 80 PCI. This is an example of a roadway in the fair category, which includes roadways from PCI 50 to 69. This is actually Pleasant Valley Road, so the roadway we were discussing, which we held off on paving because we know we have a CIP project in the works and coming up here closely. And then here you see that drastic difference between a good category and then the fair category. And here are roadways in the poor category, which includes roadways from PCI 26 to 49. As I previously mentioned, that our Old Town area residents were happy with the newly paved roads, and here you can see why. This is actually some of the before construction photos in the Old Town area, and those very good roadways were the after product, after that work was complete. And lastly, we have examples of failed roadways in the PCI category from 0 to 25. Apologize for the poor rendition here. These are just generic photos because luckily we don't actually have any roadways in that category. So I know this looks pretty busy up here, but I'll do my best to walk through it because I think it has a lot of good information and it's really a good general summary of how the PMP works. This is what we call a pavement deterioration curve. So the red thick line shows the typical life of your average roadway if you did nothing. And to the left of that, you also see those PCI categories that I had mentioned and the associated colors that I showed in the previous slide. So you see the red line representing the roadway starts out on the upper left side with the PCI of 100 when it's brand new. Then as time passes, it slowly deteriorates. And as you get to that fair category, you see a more drastic decline to the poor and failed area. Additionally, on the right, this shows the maintenance needed at those various categories. So if you have roadways in that good green category, as we do, then you bring them back up to the very good category with minimal costs and treatments, such as the slurry seal, what's shown over here with the slurry seal up there and the scents next to it. As it moves down into the fair and poor and failed categories, we would then need to spend significant dollars instead of cents just to bring it back up to that good category. So this is why, as I mentioned, it's a slippery slope once you start getting down into that lower part of the good category or into the fair category. Unfortunately, a lot of cities are in that position. So as I mentioned, as you can see, we want to stay in that, comfortably in that green good category at or above a PCI of 80. So again, we're spending cents instead of dollars and able to stretch out dollars so we're able to resurface more roadways. So how do we do that? As part of the PMP update, one of the final steps is to run various budget scenarios to assess how much annual paving budget we should have. So up here we ran 5-year budget scenarios for $6 million per year, shown in the light blue line, $5 million per year, shown in the gold line, $4 million per year, shown in the dark blue line, and it's also common practice to run a scenario where you have zero budget, and that's the red line shown up here. As shown here, the $5 million per year keeps us above a PCI of 80, which is our target, and shown here with that black dotted line across. That's where we would like to stay. That's where, as I said, you make the best use of your funds. So you'll notice an initial bump and then a gradual decline even at the $5 million per year. $4 million per year budget results in a steady decline, and we would actually drop below the PCI 80 line at around the 5-year mark. And that really doesn't tell the whole story. So we also ran another budget scenario at the 10-year period. And here's the results. As the decline continues, you see the gold line or the $5 million per year scenario drop to a PCI of 80 in that 10th year. And more importantly, you see that $4 million per year scenario now drop to mid-70 PCI. Again, I reiterate that this is when we start talking about that slippery slope, and it starts to become pretty pricey in order to bring it back up to that good category. I did want to note that in our last update back in 2016, Council had approved the plan and an annual budget of $5 million per year, and that showed a minor increase in the PCI. But now you see that $5 million per year in today's dollars actually results in a steady decline, and intuitively that makes sense, right? $5 million in today's dollars doesn't buy you the same thing it did 8 years ago or even 3 years ago. So based on this information, the PMP update and the PMP report, staff are recommending a $5 million per year annual budget for the next 5-year period. This proposed budget was included in the draft CIP that was provided to council. And lastly, along those lines, one of the final steps of the PMP process is to develop a multi-year paving priority schedule or plan, as shown here for the next 5 years. This prioritizes roadways in order to get us the biggest bang for our buck, and will establish the schedule of roadways to be completed with the upcoming annual paving projects. Staff plans to perform another PMP update in 5 years, including providing another paving priority schedule at that time. So to sum things up, the draft 5-year CIP provided includes $5 million annual paving budget, and staff plans on updating the annual paving project sheets in the 5-year CIP. So we would actually show this map right now. There's a placeholder. We would actually put the map that was previously shown into the final draft or final CIP that's adopted. And that essentially concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions council may have.
Thanks, Mr. Campero. Appreciate it very much. Do any members of the council have questions? Mr. Tennyson.
What is the difference between the slurry seal and the overlay?
So let me go back actually. So the resurfacing shown in the good category, that slurry seal, in terms of, so it's a significantly cheaper cost than an overlay. And we do, most of our projects, we do a slurry seal. And so what that is it's different. It's a lot of the pavement deterioration actually comes from water intrusion. And so it essentially seals the roadways themselves and helps maintain it at that level. So a little different. An overlay is actually the asphalt. So you typically would grind away the existing asphalt, put new asphalt. Obviously that's a better treatment, but also a very pricey treatment. So typically we try and do as many slurry seals until at some point the roadway is going to get to the point where you have to do, overlay treatment.
I guess as a follow-up question, how much time does slurry seal buy us before we have to do the overlay?
Yeah, so typically you want a slurry seal every 7 years. And typically you can progress that through, it varies. Obviously if it's a residential street, which most of the slurry seals occurring in, you're gonna carry it out for a longer period. If you're talking about arterial like Las Posas or something like that, then you're gonna do a couple slurry seals and then you're gonna have to jump up to that major rehabilitation level. But in general, you can do a slurry seal, I'd say in a residential area, we could do it 5 times, maybe more, just depending on how it's performing.
So the majority of our streets are residential, and so they require a slurry seal, which is the least expensive way to maintain our streets.
If we continue it to maintain as we have. The issue other agencies run into is if you let it deteriorate and you don't do that regularly scheduled, let's say every 7 years you don't do a slurry, then all of a sudden you would have to do an overlay. And like, as you mentioned, Councilmember Tennyson, there's a lot of residential streets out there. So if all of a sudden you're overlaying those residential streets as opposed to slurry sealing them, you're gonna do a lot less and you're gonna spend a lot of money doing them, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I just have a comment
Yep.
when it's time, but you
Oh.
can answer the questions first.
Okay, no other questions at this point?
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez-Prava.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. This is a more basic one from a non-engineer brain. Center miles, how do you measure that, or how does that compare to miles?
Yeah, so it's just the miles following through the center line of a roadway, because some of them have multiple lanes. So to get a little more accurate, sometimes you say lane miles, because you could have a 6-lane street, and a mile of a 6-lane street isn't necessarily the same thing as a 2-lane street.
Got it.
So the center line miles, it's good to say lane miles is actually probably more accurate from a pavement, maintenance standpoint.
Okay. And the city maintains 237 center miles, correct?
Yeah, so it's actually 202. I know the PMP report identifies 237. It's just a minor discrepancy in terms of how Street Saver works. So because it has a median, it actually counts it in Street Saver as 2 roadways.
Okay.
But that's technically 1 roadway on Los Posas, so we correct that from a staff level. So
Okay.
it's technically 202. But I
Okay.
know there was that minor discrepancy. I
Okay.
figured it might come up, but
Okay,
good
thank
catch.
you.
Good catch on that one.
No problem. And then from 2016 to now to 2024, 85% of the roads have been completed. And then are we expecting by then 2026 to have that 100% completion?
We actually, let me see, I think I have it here. We actually show, so if you look at 2024 on this map in progress, that's the current project, the road rehabilitation project that we had referred to. And then we also are going to be we're going to have a new project, ST 5069, new annual project for this year that actually will be coming up, getting ready to bid. That's the projects that are shown in 2024 progress. That'll complete the 100%. So
Okay.
that's actually the last year of the prior approved plan. So our new plan would start in 2025, and that's why you see the extra year there. Again, good catch on that.
Okay, no problem. And then in terms of how you define your components of inspections, you have 8 components that you review, correct?
That's correct.
Let me go to that page. It's on page 10 if council would like to look at it. And I guess, again, it's from someone who's not an engineer trying to understand, what exactly are you looking at? It's alligator cracking, block cracking, distortions, longitudinal and transverse cracking. Like, it's just different types of cracking, or can you?
Yeah, no, good question. And again, I kind of have to be selective in terms of how much information to provide here.
Sure.
But the different cracking, so alligator cracking, almost as it sounds, it looks like the back of an alligator because it's cracked up. There's all these different longitudinal cracking. We have all these different cracking and pavement deterioration that occur. When we're doing the inspection and rating the different streets, that helps us define what is the overall PCI. So as our inspectors are out there rating it, they're identifying the types of pavement deterioration that they see. So it helps us just determine what's the PCI. So it's just another tool, I guess, in the tool chest to help us get the most accurate information.
Okay, thank you, James. And then my other question, I think you answered it in your presentation, but I was going to bring it back to Pleasant Valley Road, because I do take that road quite often, and every time I get on it, I feel like I'm not in Camarillo, because the conditions are, I know you call them fair. They seem pretty bad to me, but my understanding is we were waiting to work on those because of the other CIP project that is currently planned out, correct?
That's exactly correct. And we get that request from a lot of residents as well. And that's part of the purpose of it. And again, it's something to take into account, and we'll get into it more once we come back and discuss in more detail the Pleasant Valley Road project. But again, removing that project, there would still be some costs associated with having to actually repair that project. So we'll crunch the numbers and make sure that analysis is taken into account, because sometimes it's not a one-to-one. You may think, hey, we're going to save $3 million, when all of a sudden we got to go, drop $1.5 million on the pavement either way. We're obviously aware of that, and we're looking at that. But that's exactly right. We haven't addressed this. It's on our list, and we would address it, but we have a concurrent project, and some of the federal funds would pay for a portion of that. So we're waiting to see how things play out.
Okay, thank you. And then my last one was just related to funding. Like grants, are we looking at all the possible grants? Because I know this is a lot of money and a lot of work.
Yeah, typically, as far as street maintenance, it's not typically something you get a grant for, because it's maintenance and it's typically viewed as it's your responsibility as an agency to maintain them. We do have projects that arise, like Pleasant Valley Widening Project. So again, when we initiated that project, that was the thought process is, hey, we can get widening, we can get bike lanes. By the way, we can improve the roadway and get some federal funding dollars out of that. Again, the cost ended up going up just all the way around, so the ratio, kind of turned a little bit on us. But yeah, typically maintenance, there's usually not grant sources available for that, which is why you'll see measures passed. And there was the measure passed, the SB1, actually that was passed by the state and the voters. That did give us a funding source. And I think it's because people acknowledge, we're very fortunate having the PCI of 83. A lot of agencies are in that fair, poor category, and you're not going to get federal funds. It's difficult to all of a sudden come up with 40 million just to get you back where you need to be. But yeah, unfortunately, there's not major funding sources when it comes to maintenance.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I have no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
James, thank you very much. Really appreciate this. What I'd like to do now is ask, before we let you go and Andrew go, let me see whether, actually, you head on back for a second. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on either the projected CIP or the pavement management plan? It would be this would now be the time for making any comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards on this item? Okay. And anybody in the public want to speak as to this item? All right. Let's bring it back to council for discussion. Is the council at a point where, first of all, I want to thank you, and my car wants to thank you, because from an alignment standpoint, I feel very fortunate living in Camarillo. And thank you for a great presentation, both you and Andrew. Vice Mayor Kildee?
Is it the time now just for a brief comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go there?
Yeah.
Good.
I totally support this. There was a time in our city we didn't have much money to do much of any of this, and we were really behind the 8 ball. And it was council directive along with staff directive that if we ever got enough money, this was going to be one of the highest priorities to put any extra money that we possibly could back into our infrastructure. And this has been a long process. It's been some 20 years that we've prioritized this. My hope is that in the future, that future councils will continue to prioritize this. I think this is really beneficial to our city. People look at our roads, and it's a roadmap, pardon the pun, of our city and what your infrastructure looks at. I think one of the reasons why people want to live, work, and hopefully start a business like my dad did actually 70 years ago here, that they will come to Camarillo and look at our infrastructure and say, hey, this would be a great place to live, work, and start a business and raise a family, hopefully. So it wasn't always that way, and I just want to make that statement that I totally support the $5 million a year that we're hopefully going to put into this. I want to thank the staff for all the hard work and my brethren up here, my council members, to really realize that this is a real priority. And I can remember when the Rosewood Drive was a complete tear out, and that was a major impact to the city here, and I can remember that. And as Councilmember Tennyson so aptly stated, that it's much better to maintain the roads at the beginning do a slurry seal than it is an overlay. Overlay can be 4 or 5 times as expensive as a slurry. So you're actually saving money in the long run to be able to do your maintenance. And that's unfortunately some of the other cities around have not been able to do this. So I don't want to be long-winded in this. Bottom line, I support this 5-year expenditure, and I hope that it could be in perpetuity. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Tennyson.
I just want to extend kudos to past councils and staff. I've had the opportunity, previous to being on council, in a previous life of driving many of the other cities in the county. I won't name them, but oftentimes I feel like I need to take my car in for a realignment driving on them. I have never felt that way in Camarillo, so I extend my kudos to staff and previous councils that have instituted this pavement management plan and keep our streets as pristine as they are now and make them a little better even. But thank you very much.
Councilmember Santangelo?
I want to extend my thanks to all the work that staff has put into the capital improvement program. If anybody wants to, you're welcome to look at my binder, because there really is a ton of work that goes into this, and it's really important. And that one aspect of it is the pavement management program. And I work in Ventura now, and people, when they find out that I'm on the council here in Camarillo, one of the first things they say to me is, how do you keep your streets so nice? And it's because of this diligent management and taking care of it early on rather than letting them get to that fail, or what's it, fair. Anyway, so thank you so much for your work, and I fully support the capital improvement program.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo?
And I agree with my fellow council members. Thank you very much to staff, and you did a wonderful job presenting, and I can tell there was just so much work that went into this process, and I really appreciate that. There's a saying in Spanish, it's lo barato cuesta caro, like that which is cheap ends up being more expensive. And so I think this really relates to this. It's important that we continue to prioritize our streets. I'm very thankful for the work that happened before us and what you have brought to Councilmember Kildee. I think that point is very important. I don't want to get to that point where we are going to have to reinvest that significant amount of money. So I do agree, and I would like to go ahead and move that forward. Pleasant Valley Road, I think that is a priority, not only because our streets look, we want them to look a certain way, but also for safety. I think that is also very important.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Martinez-Bravo. And so the action item on this is to provide input to staff, and I think we provided that input. We want to thank all of you who have been involved in preparing this. I think, generally speaking, what I'm hearing the council say is to continue to proceed with processing the 2024-2029 CIP and the PMP and the pavement management plan consistent with staff's presentation this evening. I think this is I don't know if we need Madam City Attorney, do we need this as a motion item or just guidance? Just to receive it and then guidance, and I think that would be the guidance from everybody up here, correct? All right,
yes.
With that, we conclude this item. Thank you very much. It's just after 6 o'clock. What I'm going to do now is call for public comments from many members of the public on items not on the agenda. And then after that, we're going to take a 20-minute break because we've been up here for quite a while. And then we will come back to the two other items, which are the community development block grant items and the airport North specific plan item. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on items not on the agenda? Yes, please come forward.
If I may, I can speak loud.
Well, actually, we would prefer that you, if it's okay, please come to the microphone because it helps us because we're live streaming the meeting.
Yes. My name is Tressa, and I'm a long-time resident of Ventura County. And one question I do have, since there's been a lot of discussion on waste and water, there's a lot of concern about the recent development, and I understand that the wastewater that area was taken over, by Camarillo. So I don't know if that's been addressed or not. The Somas Ranch apartments and the wastewater coming from those, yeah.
If you'd just like me to address it briefly, is that all right?
Yes. If it's something that even can be addressed to the general public, because there is a lot of concern on that.
Right. Well, it's not an item that's on our agenda tonight, but I think it's okay for me just to make a brief response. The Somas, that's known as colloquially as the Somas Farm Workers Housing Project, water and the wastewater systems for that, first of all, that's in unincorporated area. It's not within the city boundaries. And the water and wastewater systems for that project are its own project. They're not part of the city.
Okay, yeah, because there was a mention that Camarillo did not allow it to hook up to the sewer system, and there's just wondering why that was the case. That can be addressed in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
In the city.
that would require a little bit of a longer answer, and I'm looking at the
Yeah.
city manager at that one right now, but there's quite a bit of back and forth at the time that project was permitted.
Yeah. I know
And
there's been a lot of
It was also the
discussion.
wishes of the county board of anyway.
Yes.
That decision was made by the county board of supervisors.
I just want to put that out there. There's a lot of concern about that. And then secondly, just being a longtime resident of Ventura County and the Camarillo area, I am concerned about the urban sprawl. And I hope that that is always kept in consideration for development. It is becoming more and more developed, and I thought the original intention was for it to not become, at least the Camarillo area, to not become the Ventura County area, to not become like Orange County or Los Angeles. So that's just, I just want people to think about that.
Thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address the council on items not on the agenda? All right. Hearing no further public comments at this point, we're going to, Susan, will you adjourn the sanitary district meeting?
Adjourning CSD.
All right, and we will go into recess. City Council will go into recess. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and that means that we will be back here at 6:50 p.m. First item up at 6:50 p.m. will be the Community Development Block Grant item, and then followed by Airport North Specific Plan. We are in recess. For the record, well, we got back, we did 1 additional minute, but we did pretty well. All right. We are now in the public hearings section of our docket on item Q, the draft fiscal year 24-25 Community Development Block Grant Program, the annual action plan. And I believe Mr. Fowler, you're up to the plate.
I'm up to the plate. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Aaron Lay, our Community Development Block Grant Consultant who works for Veronica Tam and Associates.
Thank you. I think I had a mechanical error here.
We made the microphone very difficult for you. Let's see. We'll get that fixed.
It's the problem with being short. Why don't I just take this off of this? I'm going to do that. Oh, sorry. Just use this. Perfect. Thank you. Well, that was much more dramatic beginning than we expected to have. Thank you. Okay. The City of Camarillo is a grantee for Community Development Block Grant Funds, Block Grant Entitlement Funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The item before you tonight is the approval of the 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan. The action plan outlines how funds will be allocated for the coming year and how they'll be used to meet the objectives of the 5-year strategic plan, which is already in place. As has occurred in prior years, HUD has not yet announced the exact funding for the 24-25 year. So we did develop this action plan using estimated amounts based on the current year's funding, and there's also funding in there that's prior year unallocated funds as well. Part of your action plan in your packet is a contingency plan as an attachment, which explains how the funding will be changed dependent upon what the actual allocation of funds is when it's announced. HUD has limits on how those entitlement funds can be used. 20% can be used for administration, and staff are proposing that they use that for a contract with the Housing Rights Center to provide fair housing services for the residents of Camarillo, and also for the contract with Veronica Tam and Associates, and for other incidental administrative costs to the city. The city can also use up to 15% of that entitlement allocation for public services, and you can think of these as social services. Staff is recommending using that entire 15% to fund 5 agencies, which will provide homeless services, food aid, senior services, and emergency rent and utility assistance to the residents. The remaining 65% of the entitlement must be used for capital projects, and staff is proposing to use those funds for a contract with the Habitat for Humanity Home Repair Program and also for 2 other affordable housing programs. This concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Do any members of the council have any questions? Vice Mayor Kildee.
Yes, so I know you can't control this, but the funds have not been allocated. And if it's several months before they are, what do we do if they don't have time to spend that money in this time period? Does that just get rolled over, or what?
Well, the good news is that HUD put a waiver in place saying that the city could incur costs beginning July 1, regardless of whether the announcement had been made. But the other good news is that in March, I believe on March 9th, Congress passed this particular portion of the budget, and HUD has 60 days to announce how they're going to allocate those funds to the city, so we should know by May 8th.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Any other questions before I open the public hearing? All right.
Sorry,
Oh,
Mayor Tremblay.
I'm sorry.
That's
Councilmember
okay.
Martinez-Bravo.
I had a similar question, and it sounds like, so May 18th is when we should know.
May 8th at the
May
latest.
8th.
That, yeah,
Okay.
HUD is under a 60-day clock on this right now.
Okay, and then HUD, because it sounds like this isn't the first time that this happens, right?
No.
So they have provided us direction as to how to proceed.
They have
Correct.
provided a specific direction and also let the cities, the grantees, know that going forward, they're going to make some regulatory changes to address this so we're not scrambling every year.
Okay, great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to go ahead at this point then and open the public hearing on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this specific item on the Community Development Block Grant Program Action Plan? Going once? All right, hearing none, I'll bring this public hearing to a close. What's the pleasure of the council? I know we have a resolution in front of us.
I'll move the approval as submitted.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Martinez Bravo?
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildee?
Yes.
And Mayor Tremblay?
Yes. Record will indicate that matter was approved on a 5-0 item. Thank you very much for all of your work. Really appreciated. All right, we are now going to item R, the next public hearing on our agenda, which is the Airport North Specific Plan Amendments and the addendum to the final subsequent Environmental Impact Report number 2014-08.
Council members, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just provide a brief introduction to the item tonight. The item before you is a specific plan amendment to allow automobile centers and supportive uses as an allowed use to portions of the specific plan. This is requested to accommodate a development project that's proposed. We also have an IPD, which is an industrial plan development application that would move forward if the council were to approve the item tonight. Just to clarify a little bit about the location, and you'll see a map shortly from Mr. McLaren's presentation, the site is located west of Springville between the 101 and Ventura Boulevard, which snakes around the site. It does not include the McGrath Farm site, and that site is not currently located within the city of Camarillo and could not be authorized for development without action by the city council to annex the property into the city. With that, I'll pass along to Mr. McLaren to give the presentation.
Thank you, Director Sanchez. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The project before you this evening is an amendment to the specific plan and addendum to this 2016 final subsequent environmental impact report. This addendum evaluates proposed changes to the specific plan and considers the impacts of Faring Capital's project on a 46.88 acre site. However, as Director Sanchez stated, the project is not before the City Council tonight, just the addendum and the amendment to the specific plan, and the project will be considered at a future meeting of the Planning Commission. The Airport North Specific Plan is one of 9 specific plans adopted in the city by the City Council. The Airport North Specific Plan and all specific plans are adopted by the City Council to establish the general type, location, and character of development to take place in the plan area while allowing for creative design concepts and flexibility, creating a framework for the development. The Airport North Specific Plan was adopted by the City Council in 1986 and has been amended on 10 occasions since then, and it covers the 337 acres that are shown here. As Director Sanchez stated, the McGrath property is currently outside of the city limits, but it is within the sphere of influence and the curbed boundary, but it requires, again, City Council and LAFCO approval in order to annex that into the city. The project is proposed for the Springville component, so the 46.88 acres here, and the proposed project is 575,000 square feet of industrial development, which is today allowed on this property per the specific plan at this site. The requested amendment is actually would add an allowance to use automobile centers and supporting uses within the specific plan area, and the project proposes that it be the 10 acres that are directly adjacent to the freeway. When adopted, specific plans require full environmental impact reports that consider all proposed development. Airport North Specific Plan EIR evaluated a mix of land uses to include commercial, switch here, it evaluated a mix of commercial, office, and research and development, and a 190-room hotel that totaled 4,379,000 square feet of total development. An addendum to a previously certified environmental impact report may be prepared when modifications are proposed and analysis demonstrates that all potential impacts associated with modification are within the envelope of impacts that were already evaluated in the previously certified EIR. This addendum evaluated 818,000 square feet of industrial development and automobile center uses. So the total development to date within the Airport North specific plan has been 700,000 square feet. There's also a 160,000 square foot Costco that's been approved and a 39,000 square foot American Tire Center that's been approved. So the total of existing and approved and proposed development so far in the Airport North specific plan is 1,717,000 square feet, or just 39% of what was originally evaluated under the initial EIR. The fairing proposal currently submitted and being reviewed by staff is for approximately 700,000 square feet, which is more than 85,000 square feet, actually less than what was evaluated with the addendum. Previously, the Springville Interchange EIR identified that the site used to be the home of the Pleasant Valley Baptist Church. Until 1930, the church stood at the Springville Interchange, where it is now. Further staff research revealed that the bell from the church has been relocated and now resides at the Pleasant Valley Church on Ponderosa and Lantana. The altar is in the inventory of the Pleasant Valley Historical Society. Additionally, there were remains of 60 burials that were reinterred at Ivy Lawn Cemetery in Ventura or other nearby cemeteries. Other records could have been lost, so there is a possibility that human remains remain on the site. Mitigation measures have been and will continue to be required of all projects on these sites that would evaluate or would handle any possible human remains that were found and take care of them appropriately. So since no new information or significant impacts have been identified, this proposed modifications are within the envelope of impacts that were already evaluated, and an addendum is the appropriate environmental document for this project. The land use zoning within the specific plan is shown here. We have commercial over here, which we already have Camarillo Town Center east, Camarillo Town Center west, the approved Costco site, and then a vacant site here, which would already allow automobile center uses because it reverts back to the commercial plan development area. So that actually site already would allow automobile center uses. The commercial zone, and then the proposed amendment would allow the dealerships in any of the gray R&D areas and also in the mixed commercial areas with an allowed use permit, industrial plan development or commercial plan development within those areas. And again, this area is McGrath, and so it wouldn't be open for development until such time as LAFCO and the city annexed the property and a development project came forward. Additionally, the specific plan amendment, we took the opportunity to update it because it was rather dated, having been done in 1986. So we updated the exhibits. So this is the new traffic exhibit. This is the new utility exhibit. There were also additional updates to allow an increase in height to 50 feet where the airport navigation easement will allow it without a CUP, and heights greater than 50 feet may be approved with a CUP. This improves development flexibility and provides heights required by the market for research and development and life sciences buildings. Additionally, updates were made to landscaping and language definitions and regulations regarding warehousing and loading zones were added to discourage the use of the industrial properties as distribution or fulfillment centers. And this will encourage manufacturing and, the best case for Camarillo, research and development and life science uses. The specific plan amendment also proposes to modify signage requirements to allow commercial enterprises over 5 acres with at least 150 feet of frontage along the freeway to have a 35-foot tall freestanding sign consistent with those that are already in the Camarillo Town Center as shown in these pictures here. Additionally, other corrections were made that had been found in the specific plan and enhancements to images and other things. The applicant owns a franchise that they would be moving to the Springville site. They would sell new and used vehicles, but the only dealers that are allowed would be recognized franchises. This condition, as well as design language, was also added to the specific plan amendment to ensure that the dealerships are designed to comply with the Heritage Zone design requirements. Additionally, staff has been working with the applicant on the industrial plan development permit to ensure the development, that the development does not occur, that the development is appropriate to the specific plan amendment and the design requirements of the specific plan. So when first adopted in 1986, traffic circulation and utility infrastructures were listed as constraints in the specific plan amendment, or in the specific plan, because the only paved road was the frontage road along the US 101. And there was, water was provided by wells, and the two structures that were on site were provided, had septic systems. In 1997, or 1996, this picture is 97, but in 1996, development began of Camarillo Town Center East, which built out West Ventura Boulevard and Overland Road, as well as all the utility structures that needed to go in to support those developments. So traffic and utility constraints have also been moved to opportunities because the city has made significant investments in roads and utilities in the specific plan area, which include widening and construction of Ventura Boulevard from Las Posas Road to West Verdulera Street to accommodate the anticipated traffic created from the full development of the specific plan. The Springville interchange was built to allow ease of access to residents to the new commercial developments, to include Costco and the Camarillo Town Centers, as well as providing freeway access for industrial developments for the transportation of goods and resources. New sewer, water, and storm drains have been sized and built to meet the needs of all the future anticipated development. So the staff has found that the specific plan amendment is consistent with the economic development strategy because the amendment diversifies the city's revenue sources, strengthens fiscal resilience in the city's economy, creates stable employment opportunities that provide well-paying jobs that align with the city's residential base and housing stock, and creates a prosperous community. And it's in alignment with the general plan and council goals because the design requirements of the specific plan ensure the development is attractive and high quality, adding to the appeal of Camarillo to both visitors and residents. It provides for a mix of uses that complement and support one another, and is designed for current and future needs. And so staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution approving an addendum to the final subsequent EIR 2014-08 and adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the Airport North specific plan to update the specific plan and add automobile centers and supporting uses as an allowable use. Thank you. That ends staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLaren. So before I open this up for public hearing, I would like to have questions from council members for Mr. McLaren. Do we have any questions at this point? Vice Mayor Kildee.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. McLaren. If you could go back to that, I think it was one of the opening slides. I think it was 10 acres that basically, I want to make sure that I read that correctly. Let's keep going. Yeah.
So yes, the this is the 46.88 acres.
Right.
The development proposal, which again, that's not being decided on tonight, but it is 36 acres here would be industrial development, and then 10 acres along the freeway frontage would become the automobile center uses. And the applicant is actually already in the process of doing a lot line adjustment in order to create that 10-acre lot, and then this lot would become its own lot, and then the remainder of the property would become a third lot.
And you talked about a little bit about the signage. Not to get into the weeds, would the signage be somewhat similar to what is there already as far as the monument type signs? Is that?
Yes, the sign would be a freestanding monument sign like the ones at Camarillo Center Drive, or at Camarillo Center, Town Center, I should say.
And my last question, when the Springville interchange was designed and constructed, it took into consideration that they could handle whatever amounts of traffic that potentially would be there in the outflowing years, pardon the pun, but the years that after it was designed and built to be able to handle increased traffic, if you will.
The Springville interchange was specifically designed to accommodate all of the traffic that would be anticipated from the 4 million square feet of development within this area.
And it was designed to accommodate all of the 4 million.
All of it.
Square footage that was there, regardless of potential uses, if you will.
Right, yeah, it considered the existing mix of uses and was designed to match and meet the existing mix of uses.
Yeah, and I asked that
Full
question
full
because,
development.
yeah, we've had several iterations of that property, so through
Yes.
the years, so. But
Yeah,
in your,
and in each evaluation, it's compared to the original EIR that was done, and, you know, so like if they can make a comparison that commercial use is typically more intensive,
Mhm.
and so you would need commercial would generate more traffic, so you need to have smaller commercial on the
Mhm.
properties. And that's generally how it's gone, is that when it's been proposed as commercial, like it was in the past, it's been smaller square footages on the properties.
okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Tennyson?
In the staff report, based on the original specific plan compared to this amendment, it indicated that there would be 1,400 fewer vehicles traveling in that area with, even though we're not talking about the proposed development, but with the proposed development in mind, there'll be 1,400 vehicles fewer with this development compared to the original commercial or commercial development that was originally planned for that area when it was the Selleck property.
Right. So the iteration in 2011 had it as it is shown now. Then in 2014, they made it to where there was commercial, hoping to get a destination retailer. And at that point, we had to up the amount of traffic because commercial is more intense. And then in 2023, just last year, we went back to the original 2011, basically land use layout, which again reduces it back down to that less than 14,000 and gets rid of the additional commercial.
And just for clarification, you already said it because there's a lot of misinformation out there that tonight's council action, regardless of which way it goes, would be the impetus for annexing the McGrath property. This has nothing to do with any plan at this point in time of annexing that property, correct?
It does not. Ultimately, the McGrath people would have, the McGrath owners would have to come to the city and ask to be annexed. And at that point, the city would then bring it before LAFCO and the city council to make a decision as to whether or not it would be annexed into the city.
Has the traffic plan also accounted for the potential for a Costco there?
It did, because the traffic plan originally accounted for all development within the area, all 4 million square feet, 4,300,000 square feet.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Thank you. Could you mentioned that the land that is just to the west of the approved Costco site, you said that that could already be used for?
Yes, because this land here, Costco site would be here, and so that leaves this portion of that parcel available and vacant. That land, because it is commercial, it would go back to the uses that are allowed by right within the commercial plan development section of the zoning code, and that section 6 of that code, 1926-03.6, actually says that automobile sales is already an allowed permitted use within that CPD zone.
Okay. And this isn't about approving a project tonight, but the project is proposed to just be the 10 acres adjacent to the freeway?
10 acres adjacent to the freeway, and then 600,000 square feet of industrial on the remaining 36 acres.
Okay. And right now, that land is, what is happening with that land right now?
Right now, that land has sat fallow since 2008, been unused, with the idea in mind that eventually at some point, because of the specific plan, that it would be developed.
And so it's really always been in the general plan of Camarillo to have it developed?
It always has been, yes. Okay. And it's also, it's cleared every year for brush reasons, fire reasons, and everything like that. So every year it goes out there and gets mowed and cut down. Okay. But that's pretty much all that goes on the property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand we're not voting necessarily on a project itself, but I will ask some questions just because I think it helps paint that picture. The first one is, I understand that the developer is also the owner.
Yes, at this moment, the developer is in escrow with the actual property owner.
Okay.
So they are in contract with the actual property owner. Dennis Hardgrave is here representing the actual property owner tonight and will be speaking with you. But the property owner supports the project and would like to see the project move forward. And then at that point, the property, Faring would actually purchase the property from the developer, or from the current owner.
Okay. And can you speak to like what the benefits are, because we would have the owner and the developer be the same folks in terms of efficacy of moving the project forward or economic vitality?
Yeah, so based on research you can find online regarding Faring and some of the subsidiary companies, they actually own numerous dealerships already across the Southern California area, and they have actually purchased a dealership franchise that they actually want to bring to this site. They would own the site and the dealership itself, and therefore they're the ones that are going to be developing it, and that dealership will also then help them to develop the rest of the site, help finance and fund the rest of the development of the industrial spaces.
Thank you. And then in terms of also just getting a overview of the project, how walkable or bikeable would it be? Because I know there's the proposed two car dealers, but then there's also the business
Right.
project.
Yeah, so the specific plans calls out and requires that any development that occurs in this area be a campus-like setting that is very walkable and bikeable. And I've been working with the developer, and they have a presentation to show you tonight that I think you'll see how far they've come along in developing it that will demonstrate the bikeability and walkability. But we're ensuring that this be bikeable and walkable. And because we actually, as planners, we'd like to see this area also then be able to be connected by bike and walking to adjacent restaurants and other uses that are locally in that area, so that the people employed at these places can actually go down the street and grab their stuff from Walmart or Target or Costco and after work or on lunch break.
Okay, thank you. And then in the report, it also talks about the proposed cafes, car washes, electric vehicle charging stations, the business center. Is all that going to be accessible to the public as well, or just to the folks who are they're providing the business to?
The dining would be accessible to the general public, but essentially it would be for I don't know if you've ever been to any other dealerships around, but it would eventually it would be like many of the other like large dealerships that provide a business center, so that when you drop your car off, being that people can work remotely, they can go into the business center, get work done while they're waiting for their vehicle to be done. They can grab a bite to eat. They can use the car wash service when they come out to make sure their car is clean. And then there will be chargers as well that will be available to the local public as well, that will provide a charging station for people who are also just passing through.
Okay. So throughout the years, there have been, you mentioned 10 amendments?
Yes.
To adjust to the changing factors. And that's talking about from like the 1980s to now?
Correct.
Okay. Would you be able to summarize what that has looked like over the years?
Yeah, so I can really only go back to 2006. In 2006, there were some proposals that would change the specific land use mixes to where there would be more commercial and less industrial, because at that time retail was kind of booming. Then we went into the Great Recession, and all of a sudden everything sort of died off. And so then they came back with new proposals, thinking the landowner came back with new proposals, thinking that they could attract a regional destination like an IKEA or a Camping World or something like that. The property owner couldn't get anybody to buy off on coming to Camarillo. So at that point, there was an agreement with the city that after a certain period of time that they couldn't get the regional destination retailer, that this property would revert back to the original industrial uses. That got delayed, but then in 2023, we finally went ahead and reverted back to that 2023, because ultimately the retail, everybody kind of knows the direction retail is going right now, and that the brick and mortar is disappearing.
So I guess I'm trying to understand, when was the last time that this land use was actually agricultural?
The last time this land use was actually agricultural is they attempted to grow hay on it in 2008. But the crops, because of water and the fact that the site does not drain well, they were unsuccessful growing on the property.
Okay, so have we had any growers or farmers come to the city in the recent history to try to do a general plan amendment to change it back to, like, is there any appetite for that from what you've seen?
There is no appetite, and there are significant fees that have been added to development of the property because of the development of the bridge, of the Springville interchange and the other infrastructure that's in the area.
Okay. And prior to that, 2006 with the hay, that never didn't really pan out. Do you know when the last time that it was used for agriculture?
I don't. It was previous to 2000.
Okay.
That's as far back as I know.
Okay. There was I was trying to understand this parking ratio, the proposed parking ratio, and that's, I think they talked about like how this proposed parking ratio is better over warehousing for manufacturing, but I'm not sure I really understood what those numbers meant.
Yeah, so the existing parking code, 1944, chapter 1944, says that if it's a warehouse use, then they are allowed to have parking at a 1 to 1,000 ratio, which then means that they don't have to provide that much parking if they're going to have warehousing. But we don't really want to encourage warehousing. We would prefer it to be manufacturing or more industrial uses. And industrial uses require 1 to 500. So we kind of split the difference and said 1 to 750 to apply to both industrial, which kind of gives them a bonus of not having to provide quite as much parking as they would have before, but warehousing would have to actually provide more parking than they would have in the rest of the city. So it really is promoting this as being actually manufacturing businesses, manufacturing jobs, not just giant warehousing.
Mm-hmm. And I know something that the city has really done is to do its best to try to promote the life sciences in that industry. Can you talk about what that is proposed here and what we're doing to try to get that business in?
Yeah, so I have been, in working with the developer, with Faring, I have been going back and forth with them a lot over the plans that they've proposed. And we've been asking for very specific things that through staff research, we've determined are essential items to basically allow life sciences to come in and build, like use an existing shell of a building and build out a actual life science center with labs and things like that, because they typically require laboratories with clean rooms and very robust ventilation systems, as well as other infrastructure on the property. So we've asked, that's why we've actually raised the height requirement, because most life sciences, for our research, basically require 40 feet of clear space on the inside of the building. That way they can get all their ventilation and HVAC systems in there. So we're going for trying to get the 40 feet clear on the inside of the building. We've also asked them to build courtyard areas outside, because we actually have a research and development company that's moving over near Poncho Road, coming into the city, readapting one of the buildings over there, and we've discovered that they need a lot of outside chemical tanks, like hydrogen being stored outside in a giant tank. And we want those, of course, to be screened from in advance so that they look nice. So we've actually asked for courtyard areas to be created on these buildings to allow for those uses, as well as robust ventilation systems. So we're really trying to work with the developer to be able to build a good shell of a building that would allow a research and development or life science company to move in here and with relatively little money be able to convert it to their life science or research and development use.
Okay, thank you. I think I have no further questions at the moment.
Thanks, Mr. McLaren. I've got several questions, and I want to direct them to you, but I know that they're questions with which Mr. Sanchez is familiar, because I asked them earlier today, so I'm not quite sure what my protocol is here, but I'll maybe with no disrespect, ask them of Mr. Sanchez directly, or of you, Mr. McLaren.
Paul and I can tag team it.
Okay, we'll tag team. Can you go back, let's start with, can you go back to the map? Okay. So let me make sure that I understand this. The change in let me back up. What the applicant is proposing are 2 dealerships on, as I understand it, on 10.2 acres. And do you have a infrared thing where you can point? And those are
Basically,
directly,
the line would cut, the proposed lot line adjustment that they're working on cuts a line right across here, which creates a 10-acre site right here, and that's where the dealerships are proposed.
so within that portion of the Springville component.
Correct.
Okay, and then the 600,000 square feet of industrial, or that would be the remaining 34.5 acres. Can you point that out? That's the remaining 34.5 acres of the Springville component?
So the remaining would be on a lot that's being created here, just south of Ventura Boulevard, and then the other lot is basically north of Ventura Boulevard and south of that property line that's being created for the auto dealerships. So this portion is about 10 acres, and then this portion then is about another 25 acres of industrial.
Okay, so it's the rest of the Springville component?
Correct.
Other than the dealerships, the 2 dealerships, if they were built?
Yes, that is correct.
Adjacent to the freeway? Okay. And as the Airport North specific plan is currently written, a dealership could be approved with a CPD on the vacant lot to the east of Springville Road. I think Councilmember Santangelo asked about that one.
Yes, where it says vacant here, a dealership could already be improved with the CPD on that lot.
And that's a matter of right as of this point?
It is. So it would have to go by right, and our code requires that it still get a commercial plan development, the CPD you were talking about, that has to go before the Planning Commission for approval by the Planning Commission.
And how many acres is that, the portion that says vacant on the east side of Springville Drive?
It's approximately 25 acres.
Conceivably, how many auto dealerships could that encompass?
Going off of the Fairing one, it could encompass 4 auto dealerships.
Four auto dealerships.
Of approximately the same size as those being proposed by Fairing.
Right, if you look at it basically from like 5 acres per dealership is sort of a...
Approximate.
I'm casting around for kind of a rule of thumb.
Yeah, approximate, yes.
Okay, so the total amount, I had written down, I thought that the total amount of the Springville component was about 44.7 acres, but you're indicating the project area is 46.88 acres?
The 46.88 acres, yes, the 46.88 acres, I go with what's on record with the county when I do the acreage. Surveyors, the future survey, and surveyor doing the lot line adjustment has actually found that based on his survey, it's actually a little bit different, but currently this property is being assessed taxes on 46.88 acres.
Okay. So we have a situation where on that vacant land east of Springville Drive, about 25 acres, roughly?
Correct.
That the dealerships could be approved. In other words, it's already an approved use under the term, what is it, automobile centers and supportive uses?
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't received an application for a dealership in that area, correct?
This is the first application since Tesla moved into the Mini Cooper dealership. This is the first application we've received for any dealerships in Camarillo.
Well, let me try that again. The city has not received an application for a dealership, as I understand it from Mr. Sanchez, in the commercial zone of the Airport North specific plan. Could you outline for me what is the area of the commercial zone in the Airport North specific plan?
So it's all the area shown in red.
Okay, everything shown in red.
Correct.
How many acres is that?
I believe that is 145 acres, approximately.
Okay, but if I understand, my notes indicate that we have 55 of the 337 acres have already been developed in the commercial zone.
Correct.
Correct? Is that a fair way to think of it? Okay, and 22 acres have been approved for Costco, which is not before us this evening. All right. Now, if the council were to change the designation and allow the addition of automobile center and supporting uses, could that mean potentially, I'm just saying potentially, put aside plausibility, could that mean that that 337 acres could be used solely for for automobile centers and supporting uses?
No. And the reason it couldn't be is because of, in the 337 acres actually includes, per the specific plan, the McGrath property. Again, it would have to be annexed. And the McGrath property includes a corporate office section here, and that would not be able to have automobile center uses because it's a professional office zone, so it wouldn't be allowed. But this area and all of the area in gray and the area in red then would all be able to have automobile center uses.
Would all be able, in addition to the red area east of Springville Drive?
Correct.
All right, so adding up the gray area that could accommodate that use if these changes were made, plus the 25-acre area east of Springville, how many acres is that?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it would be somewhere in the neighborhood, including the McGrath, of 190 acres.
190 acres. Okay. The idea here, though, is to have a 600, if I understand it correctly, is to have a 600,000 square foot industrial use. For example, on this, let me back up. On the Springville component, and I'm looking up at that now, and I know you had the photo on another slide. The idea is to have 600,000 square feet of industrial use on the remainder of that Springville component, correct?
Correct.
And have there been specific uses discussed for that industrial? I'll call it an industrial park because that's the way it was referenced in the staff report.
Yes, the applicant Faring is proposing that they would be building shell industrial buildings that they would find tenants for to occupy and finish the build out to suit their specific purposes. So if they were able to find a life science or a research and development or some other sort of company, but it could also ultimately be a manufacturer, small manufacturer comes in and they parcel the building up to where it's a 50,000 square foot industrial building.
Right.
So ultimately, they're proposing that they're going to build 600,000 square feet of shell for a future tenant to come along and finish off.
Okay. Well, from a professional land use planning standpoint, I want to see if I can phrase this carefully. What is the impact, if any, either negative or positive, in terms of attracting industrial and manufacturing land uses next to, adjacent to, commercial retail auto dealerships? Is there anything in the literature to suggest an impact one way or the other?
No, there's nothing that suggests an impact one way or the other that I'm aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Is there any impediment that's been noted from a professional land use standpoint when you have an industrial acreage that we've envisioned, for example, in the 600,000 square feet next to commercial retail? What I'm trying to figure out is potential intensity of use, or, and incompatibility is probably the too strong word, but the compatibility of the uses. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So, I mean, I could point to the Oxnard Auto Mall, and that the Oxnard Auto Mall has all of the automobile uses, and then directly behind it, there's actually a bunch of industrial uses. There's nothing but warehousing. There's the Gold Coast Transit facility. Further down towards Rose, there are some additional dealerships, but then everything basically east of the Gold Coast Transit bus facility and north of the frontage road there is all industrial.
Okay. Okay, so looking again, I need to go back to this area east of Springville Drive. And that would be, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's currently, auto dealerships are currently a permitted use, and that's referenced as a mixed commercial land use area, correct? The
No.
area east of Springville Drive that's red.
No, it is not mixed commercial. That is just commercial. The mixed commercial is the purple area here.
Okay, I'm confused because I thought that we designated that mixed commercial.
No, the current zoning on it is just commercial.
Okay, and if the amendments to the ANSP were made, then switching to the McGrath site and understanding, it's not, it's annexation is not before us, projects are not before us, but that still would be the auto dealerships would still be a permitted use in that U-shaped gray area of the McGrath site.
They would be.
Okay. From an economic development standpoint, can you give us any information on the wages associated with jobs in auto retail as differentiated from traditional retail?
Yeah, I actually have some data that I've pulled that I can share with you. Let me just find it in my mix of notes here.
And I could give a start to that answer, Mr. Mayor. According to industry data and Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average wage for dealer employees in California in 2022 was over $100,000 per year. And that's all employees across roles within automotive dealerships.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mr. McLaren. That's all Mr. Sanchez, that's all the questions I have for now. Before we open it up for public hearing.
Could I follow up when it's permissible? I have
Right
one
now.
extra question.
You bet.
Okay,
Go,
sorry to
Vice Mayor
interrupt you.
Cooley.
Yep. Paul, so, my understanding is that there's a vast swath of that area that is already permissible for an auto dealership to move in. Is that correct?
Yes, all of the area zoned in red or shown in red on the map is already permissible for auto dealerships.
So can you talk a little bit about the 10 acres and how they feel that's important to get some further clarification on that?
I think that Faring would actually be better able to speak to that, but ultimately what they came to us with is this is prime freeway frontage, and that's what they're looking for.
Okay.
The auto dealerships kind of rely on freeway frontage in order to help their sales.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. I want to open up for public hearing, but let me just ask the city attorney first. Normally in public hearing, we limit our comments from speakers to 3 minutes each. Does that include the applicant here?
Typically, you do give more time to the applicant. I don't know if staff has indicated if they have additional time to them.
Yes,
you
so
should
the applicant, Dennis Hardgrave, is here to speak for the property owner, and he's put in a speaker card, and then Faring is also here to speak, and they actually have a short presentation that they would like to provide.
May I inquire as to the length of the presentation?
We told them to keep it less than 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Let's do that then. Thank you, Rachel. All right, we're going to go ahead and open a public hearing on this item. What we're going to do is we'll call the applicant and Mr. Hargrave up first, if that's all right. If you intend to speak on this item and you're a member of the public and you have not yet given a card to the clerk, would you please do so? Let me just quickly go through, in case anybody doesn't already know, what our general ground rules are here. We allow 3 minutes, exclusive of the applicant, we allow 3 minutes per speaker. There's a clock, I think, Ms. Buckstemper, that runs on this? There will be after the presentation by the... Okay, good. So that'll alert you to the time left, and I've got to enforce the time limit on all of the public speakers, because otherwise it's unfair to all. Speakers may not yield time to another speaker, and we would ask you respectfully in your remarks, please try not to be cumulative of what another speaker already said. We have a little tradition up here that if you want to agree with what someone else has said, you say ditto. That's hard to do sometimes because you want to have your word. But anyway, so let's start with Mr. Hargrave on behalf of the applicant, and then Christy, if I could get the speaker cards from you. Mr. Hargrave, and you got 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and members of the City Council. Dennis Hargrave. I represented the original owners of this land, the Farrow family. I sat in the room when the Airport North specific plan was adopted, and I think I'm the last remaining institutional memory for your questions later, and I'll be glad to answer them. But I don't want to divert from what I was going to say, or I'll go longer than 5 minutes. I also represent the current owner, Romspen, who is the owner of the property. The item before you tonight is only related to this property, as we've discussed already, not the future Phase 3 of Airport North. I don't want it to be confused because I made an application on behalf of that owner for a long-term EIR process, which has not even started, as you're aware. So I've spent the last 2 years working for the Romspen ownership, working with your staff. Additionally, we've been to the Airport Authority, VCTC, as you know, as well, to rescind and unwind the SELIC agreement, as we'll refer to it, and to complete the zone change for the site. That 2-year process resulted in several meetings I've had before you. And the past year has now been focused on the last procedural step, which is the specific plan amendment and the update to the document, which was sorely in need of really incorporating 10 separate amendments that had just been piecemealed into little slip sheets into the document over the years. As background, I'll give the history piece. The original Airport North specific plan concept was largely a technology corporate campus. That was in the 80s. It was happening all over California. Those businesses did not come to Camarillo in large numbers, as we know, and the project stalled. The specific plan was amended very early to focus the eastern portion, as you've discussed tonight, on retail sales. Later, the Springville interchange was added to the specific plan for 2 reasons. One, congestion was occurring already on Las Posas Road between the factory outlets and what was in the first phase of the center and Point Magoo and the frequency of use. So the Springville interchange was an amendment to the plan, and that was added with the full support of the owners in a very complicated arrangement that resulted in the Springville interchange benefit assessment being formed by the city and the owners. Bob Selleck purchased this land from the Farrows and then pursued, I'll say it, a Bass Pro or IKEA concept for this site for a decade, and the land was tied up with that for a decade while that was attempted. Those users repeatedly have shown no interest in this region anywhere, and they will not be locating, to the best of anybody's knowledge, in any of the cities on the 101 corridor in the county. The Springville interchange was locally funded without Caltrans money and built out. The city and this property owner have invested over $25 million to construct both the Springville interchange and the Ventura Boulevard improvements that connected to Bajo Aqua and got the connection all the way past where it was at Target and Home Depot initially. The city has outstanding bonds on this property, and this project site ultimately is required to pay off a substantial piece of that through their SEBA fees. As a city, we collectively, I participated as a resident in establishing the economic development strategy that focused on generating good paying jobs and sales tax revenue through diversification of uses over what we had already. This specific plan amendment is targeted directly at that diversification by upgrading the standards for both development to the current R&D and tech user requirements. I've either written or implemented more than a dozen specific plans, including 4 commercial industrial ones, and this is finally bringing us up into current standards by this. It is not a fulfillment or distribution project, and this specific plan amendment strongly limits that kind of use from occurring anywhere in the Springville specific plan. That's a real positive for us in terms of the policies we want to see. To be candid, in the past decade or so, 3 of our largest private employers have either left Camarillo or announced that their major expansions would be outside of our region, and I think you're familiar with those 3 without mentioning them. The 600,000 square feet of state-of-the-art industrial buildings anticipated by this amendment and this application and analyzed by the CEQA document are intended to not only attract new businesses, but to retain our own growing companies so that they can expand here. Finally, it does what was required to implement the economic development strategy. Without the flexibility that this adds, there's no way for the city staff to respond to targeted businesses in a timely manner when they approach the city. There were so many things that would have to be rebooted, redone, that a user would look at it and say, I'll move on. Finally, the property owners fully support the changes in this specific plan. They've turned down purchase offers from large warehousing and logistics users, and we've worked closely with staff to make sure they know that we're not looking for them here. The specific plan amendment is also consistent with City of Camarillo long-range goals for airport compatibility, and the amendment does not in any way promote or allow any expansion or change in airport uses. This property owner fully supports the city's position on managing the airport within the standards of the airport agreement as it exists today. I'm available for questions, and I'd love to answer any of the things that you were asking staff that you'd like to ask me at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrave. And Madam Clerk, I don't see a clock going, so tough for me to keep up on time. Is there a way to display that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We were told that the applicant had a PowerPoint, so I was expecting the PowerPoint to be up and not the time clock at that point.
We do. Thank you.
Hold on just a minute, please. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. So, do I have a blue card from you?
Darren, I thought so.
Are you Mr. Ferry?
Mr. Mayor, he submitted two speaker cards, and we kept them over here because we were told that the applicant would be allowed additional time, so they weren't included in the speaker cards.
So you can see, I'm just trying to sort through the process. Thank you very much.
My apologies, sir.
All right,
I will introduce
if you could identify
myself.
yourself, and then we move forward with the 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank
Thanks.
you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, council members. My name is Darren Embry. I'm Vice President of Community Development for Faring, the applicant, working closely with Dennis for a few months now. Staff and Dennis have done a great job of making clear the project objectives brought forward, and we've dug into the details a bit here tonight. I guess I want to just show you a few pictures of what we have in mind. The proposed amendment updates the document while preserving and refining Camarillo's vision. We believe and hope you agree that the changes before you tonight continue the jobs creation and economic development goals of the city. Diversifying the city's employment and tax base with the higher paying jobs, as we talked about a moment ago, recession-proof jobs at Auto Center and the light manufacturing R&D uses, and assuring good quality union jobs during construction. The proposed updates simply add Auto Center as an allowed use to the list of uses that has and will be continued to be encouraged by city staff. Corporate office, research and development, mixed-use centers, commercial uses, hotel, none of that is changing. And all of these uses will continue to be allowed, in fact encouraged. Any future proposed projects will still be subject to all of the city planning and environmental reviews. As we work through our future proposal with staff, showing you some pictures here, the Auto Center elements contemplated are limited and focused, which actually 3/4 of the site preserving the R&D and light manufacturing elements the city has long envisioned for this location. In fact, the design standards for those R&D buildings and the uses they best accommodate have been clarified and refined by staff, specifically in order to avoid the large-scale fulfillment centers and remain consistent with Camarillo's heritage design vision. Planning staff has made it clear to us, and does throughout the documents that you've reviewed, exactly what kinds of buildings and end users would not be welcomed at the site, such as the recently rejected large Amazon project. The staff has strengthened the guardrails while preserving the Camarillo spirit and encouraging the right kinds of economic development. You can see those constraints and sensitivities in the language in the specific plan. As staff has made clear, while there is no specific project before you this evening, you can see from these in-progress renderings on the screen, the specific plan's design standards and heritage zone community design guidelines go a long way toward preparing for the Class A level operators and a campus-style development, while continuing Camarillo's history of thoughtful master plan developments. We encourage you to vote in favor, of course, of staff's recommendations and approve the specific plan. I want to go back here and just point out the connectivity that Council Member Martinez Bravo mentioned earlier. All along, these are meandering sidewalks, meeting city standards and exceeding the requirements originally for a typical limited manufacturing project. You can see some of the landscaping design, meandering sidewalks circumnavigate the entire site, connecting then to the east and the future developments there, including Costco. So just wanted to point out that this is a project we believe is consistent with the Camarillo vision, and staff has held our feet to the fire and made sure that we understand what would be acceptable here. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time, and our team is open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I've got blue cards for several speakers, and I'll go ahead and, oh, did you have a question?
I had a question of Mr. Hargrave.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Whichever Mr. Hargrave would come up. Yeah, Dennis, I was wondering if you could kind of expand a little bit. My understanding is there's about 600,000 square feet of potential industrial usage here. How committed is the applicant to that? In other words, I thought I also heard that there's a potential you could put up to 4 car dealerships here if you developed all of that area. But what is the applicant actually committed to in this?
I would let them respond to it, but my understanding, representing the property owner, and our most recent discussions we've had with them and with staff, is that the intent is to do these dealerships that they own, and that not to do an expansion at this point. It's becoming clear that what the city's interested in, I believe, is the revenue side of the, and keeping the job balance as well. So I'll let them provide a further answer to that.
Thank you. Sorry. I'd like to introduce our Chief Investment Officer, Brendan Collar, to answer, I think, some of the questions about this.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name. Oh, you didn't give it yet.
Just come up and identify yourself, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Cobbler. I'm the Chief Investment Officer for Faring.
Thank you.
So I'm intimately familiar with this community. My mom lived in Camarillo Springs until she had to move, unfortunately, a little bit further up the coast. I'm here almost every weekend at Bob Kilby Park with my kids playing baseball, and I've grown up just over the hill. Oh, even better microphone, improved microphone. And so the opportunity to actually invest in this community was something that, from a professional perspective, I was really excited about. So Council Member and Vice Mayor, to your question about how committed we are, you can speak to city staff. Our original commitment on this site was really more centered towards the light manufacturing and an industrial component. We happen to be an ownership group that has a clothing manufacturing business, we have real estate development businesses, and we also happen to own car dealerships. We are not a car dealership developer by any means. We've never independently developed or spec built a car dealership. We are a real estate developer primarily focused on multifamily, hospitality, industrial, and commercial and retail uses. Our original founding was in high street retail in West Hollywood and Beverly Hills, and we've since expanded out through Southern California. And so it really was just kind of a happenstance of instances where we were able to find a piece of property that was already zoned industrial, but since we owned a dealership in the adjacent area, the opportunity to be a dealer owner of land and the operator is very rare, but is becoming really, really important because of the commitment that brands expect the dealers to make to brand integrity and vision. They expect you to invest millions of dollars much more often than they did maybe 20 or 30 years ago as their brand expression changes and as they try to create an upscale user experience. And so the ability, just from a financial perspective, to both own the land and the dealership has become critical to continue to provide Class A dealerships. To be clear, this region, and we've all driven by it, many of us have purchased sometimes multiple cars, is inundated with car dealers. There are dealers just to the north, there are dealers just to the south. There are no brands that are not represented in this area. And so it doesn't surprise me that the city has not received any applications for random dealers to kind of come into this specific plan area. We just happen to be in a circumstance where we own a dealership in this area We're really excited about what this piece of land could mean for creating a really kind of once-in-a-lifetime Class A experience for a dyed-in-the-wool Americana brand. And the frontage on this site really allowed for that opportunity and for us to take advantage of that. We're not looking to expand the dealership beyond those 10 acres. We're not looking to talk to any other random dealers. We're really focused on building this horizontal mixed-use site at a heightened campus-style level because we believe wholly in what Camarillo can do from an economic development perspective, and we'd like to be a big part of that in terms of creating a varied mixture of uses, but all from the same design aesthetic, and really make it flow seamlessly between one use and the other. We're not in any way intimidated by the idea of having the mixed uses adjacent to each other. In fact, we think that is a big selling point. If you do development the right way, and the city staff has done a great job of making sure they held our feet to the fire to do it the right way, you can blend uses more easily than you can if you kind of do like pockmarked different random uses and random owners. By having the same ownership group, the same design standards across the entire site, it's going to flow seamlessly and be something really, really special.
So you're committed to the industrial part of this site then?
Oh, very much so. Yes. Short answer is yes. Longer answer is I would say that that is arguably the equal weight driver of our excitement around this site. And that a car dealership wouldn't want to be off the freeway anyway. So we think the industrial is really probably potentially, because moving car dealerships isn't easy. You don't want to do it, you don't do it preemptively, right? You build the brand new one and then you potentially move everyone and move all the services. So I would imagine actually the industrial gets started first.
Thank you.
I have a question as well.
Councilmember Martinez-Prado.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer this question, but I just wanted to discuss a little bit the culture of like shopping for a car, how that has changed over the years. So I know in the most recent times, as when we've purchased a car, we even purchased a car online, but we've done a lot of that research online versus maybe back in the days when people used to go and roam around different car malls.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to that?
For sure, that's a great question. In fact, we heard a similar question at Planning Commission a couple weeks ago, which was just like I would say, I don't want to put words in any planning commissioner's mouth, but this general sense was a fear of an ever-expanding auto mall and how we've all kind of lived that experience and how just aesthetically it's not great. It might be pretty good from an economic development standpoint, but it's not a fun experience. What has really shifted, and Tesla, quite honestly, was a big driver in that. Maybe they're not the greatest experience for everyone, but they really did create this opportunity where you knew what you wanted before you arrived. You came with a specific purpose. And what that really shifted was a destination-based auto buying experience. What the dealer and manufacturers have done in response to that is really fascinating, and perhaps you've actually seen it. They have tried to make the experience in the building be of a heightened level. They're trying to match that experience so that you feel welcome, that this is almost like luxury buying experience. And so they expect quite a bit of investment in the facilities because they're not expecting you to be just kicking the tires, for lack of a better term. They expect you to be creating that relationship with the brand and really view you coming as almost like destination retail used to be, where you'd go for like the whole day to hang out and really get the full treatment. That's what auto buying has become. When you're able to own the land and own the facility, you can make those types of investments to have that kind of experience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right, let me go ahead. I've got 5 speaker cards, and if there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to address the council, this would be a good time to fill out a speaker card. The next speaker up is Carol Durone, and on deck is Joan Hansel. Ms. Durone.
Hi, I just wanted to say I came to Camarillo from Los Angeles because of the low population. It was a friendly city. It's quickly become overpopulated, and people are quickly not as friendly as they were. And we keep building businesses, which adds to the pollution and the traffic. And I just like to keep some open space in Camarillo. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joan Hansel, followed by Jose Garcia, I believe.
Hi, good evening. I'm Joan Hansel. I live in Springville. Now, the addition of auto dealerships along the 101 will detract from the beauty of Camarillo. Have you ever seen an attractive one? They're gaudy with their neon signs beckoning members of the public to sample their wares. Their outdoor premises are filled with dozens of vehicles, providing the attractive appeal of a parking lot. I listened to the developer's pitch to the Planning Commission. On the one hand, he claims not wanting to build an auto mall. On the other, he states as follows: our goal is to build flagship dealerships here and to continue to expand it as more and more dealers are excited to join. He wants more. He has an ownership interest in 25 dealerships, he so stated in front of the Planning Commission. We should encourage less intrusive development, supporting Camarillo's reputation as a pleasant, wholesome city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Mora, to be followed by Paul Ferry. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Next speaker is Jose Garcia. I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia. This is what happens when you take the blue cards and you shuffle them. I apologize. Mr. Garcia, and you will be followed by Mr. Mora, who will be on deck. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. We're builders. We're union builders. We're proud to do that. We build America. We're currently doing all the infrastructure work that needs to be done to bring America back to where it was at one time. We were the shining light of the world. We have a developer here that stated to you he's committed to using union labor. That's almost like telling you, I'm gonna use the best skilled labor in the world and commit a world-class project to you. So I hope that you guys understand those key little words. I know you understand way more words than I do, but I hope that that takes into consideration. When that factor's taken into effect, that means there's gonna be local hire here in this project. I myself just came off the operating table 2 weeks ago, and due to having a nice union job that has benefits, I'm able to come back to work, not worry about a big bill lingering over my family, and not worrying about using public services. So these projects are so important to us that members come, and thank you, Mayor, for you keeping such time with us. We were able to send people home that are on their way to work, and people that are here coming from work. We appreciate you, and we thank you for having your children here. It's a sacrifice. These children have not made a peep. So I just wanted to make sure that they're recognized here, because it's truly important. We're 3 hours into this meeting. I've heard a lot when you guys were talking about all those capital improvement projects. Awesome. That's like Netflix to me. New stuff coming. Yeah. So believe it. I'm truly happy that you guys are doing a fantastic job. You're great guardians of this city. You can tell by the way the streets are done here. We have a lot of union contractors that do work for you, and we appreciate that. And it's all true, because when he said that, I don't know where these pictures of the bad roads were taken of. I do. And it's not here, so you guys are doing a fantastic job. But on that, I ask that you please follow staff recommendation, move these two processes forward, and then we'll talk about the project next. But as you can hear, this developer has committed to you of using skilled labor, and we will deliver a Class A project for the city of Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And before I recognize Mr. Mora, I just want to do a shout out to the children who are here. As far as I'm concerned, you're rock stars. You're doing great. And thank you. All right. Our next speaker will be Daniel Mora, followed by Paul Ferry.
Ditto. No, I'm just. I got a couple things just to add to that. Just
My name's Daniel Mora, business representative for Laborers Union Local 585. We cover about 1,000 members across Ventura County, including many that live in this city. Just want to thank you for, moving forward with this. And we do obviously recommend, we are with the staff recommendation. This is addressing a serious issue that I think is countywide. This is kind of like a microcosm of what's going on throughout our county compared to what's going on throughout the state and the country, which is we're a slow growth county. We just had a really bad report from Cal Lutheran stating that. There's a shrinking population, there's a lack of housing, which the last few years, I know this city's gone on to address. And then there's a lack of economic growth. So we're the most unaffordable county in the country, and it's not that we have the most expensive houses, period. It's because when you do the ratio of income to the cost of living, to the cost of these houses, we are in the most unaffordable place in the country. So this is addressing that, because I believe, and I think a lot of our people here believe, that in order to address wages, you need to have good union jobs. The building of this project is going to provide that. And it's also going to provide permanent living wage jobs. So it's going to address a lot of these issues on top of the housing that will help grow this city, and it'll help grow this county. We're falling behind, but things like this isn't a magic bullet. This isn't going to fix everything. But steps that are taken like this and then moving forward are going to really move this city forward. It's going to really move our community forward, and to keep everything moving with the
You're good.
Yeah, I just think that's like, all right, get out. No, but it's going to service the community, and it's going to bring these jobs, and it's going to keep us competitive in green energy jobs. A lot of these jobs, a lot of these cars that are going to be sold moving forward are going to have to be net zero, and we're going to have to keep up economically. We're going to have to stay competitive economically, not only with the rest of the county here, but we're going to have to keep regional competitive, being competitive regionally, statewide, because we are falling behind, and I appreciate that this takes significant steps, at least in this city, to address those. So thank you, and we do support this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Ferry, to be followed by Nancy Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Ferry. I've been a broker in this market for 35 years. I'm not exactly a disinterested party in this. I'm actually also the brokerage representative of the seller. So I want to take you back to when Bob Selleck bought the property from the Farrow family and started using me as a consultant. Wasn't able to get the Bass Pros deal done. Ultimately had to give the property back to the lender. Maybe a little bit of industrial real estate 101 is appropriate here. So in the city, you have 11.5 million square feet of industrial space. Oxnard has about 25 million, and Ventura has about 9.5 million. When someone comes to this market, they look at all three cities, because this is thought of West County, it's a submarket. So in today's market, we have an approximately 1% vacancy in the West County. One of the reasons for that is lack of development in the last 15 years. In your city, there's been about 75,000 total square feet built in the last 15 years. A 54,000 footer and a couple small buildings next to Institution Ale. Right now under construction, as you might know, is Custom Packaging's building a 64,000 square foot building in Kaitapati. So when I come down the hill and I try to show buildings to people, we can only say, well, we got to find land because there aren't any buildings that are going to suit you. And then we have to tell them it's going to be a 3-year timeline for building a building. They don't have that luxury, and they're not sure they're going to be that size when they finally get their building. So I'm encouraging you to allow this development to go forward and to build boxes. To go back to somebody's question earlier, all we need is a box. A box can put a life science company in it, it can put a R&D company in it, it could be a warehouser, and it could be a manufacturer. But you don't have any boxes here in your city. And Oxnard, He usually gets the in-migration just because they have 25 million square feet, they usually have a couple of buildings turning over. And as you know, 1% of 25 million is different than 1% of 11.5 million. So I encourage this project to go forward, and I look forward to leasing and or selling some of these industrial buildings. Thank you.
Tony, may I ask Paul a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Ferry? Paul, I have a quick question since you're here.
Yes, Mr. Kildee.
In your 35 or so years of experience, do automobile dealerships detract from a potential industrial use, or is there no really known commodity towards it, whether they help or detract from that?
Good question. I know you were concerned about that earlier, and Mr. McLaren answered the question relative to Oxnard. But when he answered that question, it also is the answer for Ventura. So the most successful project in Ventura is on King Street, which is adjacent, literally right next to the auto mall. So the answer is it's zero. Industrial users don't covet freeway frontage. They're fine to be deep into a project. And that's when you look at the biggest project that's on the map now, the Sakioko project in Oxnard, which is what you're competing against, by the way, because they've got 750,000 square feet of space that's just about entitled. It's larger, and they're trying to attract more of the warehouse use. And Camarillo, I think, is trying to attract more of a high-paying job use, which I think he'll succeed in. But the answer, Kevin, is no. It doesn't have a negative effect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Diaz. I was born and raised in Camarillo. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I saw Mr. Kildee, and I've known you since I was 16. I work next to Vaughn's. I grew up listening to stories about Camarillo from the constable. His name was John Ellis. He was married to Mrs. Ellis, and I grew up listening to them, listening to the wonderful stories of Camarillo, the small town nature, and just the intimate city of it. And I love this city. I mean, I love it so much. I went away to Humboldt, and I came right back. And I actually live on the other side of Springville. So when I think about having a car dealership, and the design was beautiful, it is a beautiful design, but we have to see who are we catering to? You know, our motto is Las personas son la ciudad, the people are our city. How many cars are we gonna provide for a population of 70,000 people when our income's like 100,000 and you can't even rent a 2-bedroom house for $2,000 a month? You go 10 miles south, you have a car dealership. You go 6 miles north, you have a car dealership. You go 6 miles east, you have a car dealership. And it's not something that a person uses or a person buys on a daily, weekly, monthly, or even decade basis. I mean, if you have a Chevy Tahoe like me, I bought that in 2002, and it's still going. So, I mean, I look and I see, like you guys, I'm a union employee as well. You know, union strong, I'm here for that. But looking at our city of Camarillo, the people who are purchasing homes across in Springville, what are they gonna be looking at? Concrete? That's something, and someone said something about a sign. The Target sign is 35 feet, and maybe I was wrong, but I thought they said the car dealership sign could go up to 50 feet. What do you want people to see when you drive through Camarillo? We're known for, like, the university. We were known for the state hospital. We're known for wonderful things. Do we want it to be like Oxnard and Ventura, where you're nearly blinded at night by these neon signs? I mean, that's not a look that I want for my family. And you know, this week I taught Earth Day to my class, and the main things were reduce, reuse, recycle. We want to, like, minimize our print on Earth. And by creating this big thing, I'm not sure that's exactly what I'd be upholding in my classroom if I didn't come up here and speak to you about my feelings about a car dealership in Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Anybody else want to provide comment to the council before I close the public hearing? Going once? Going twice? All right, well, thank you for everyone for commenting. We appreciate it. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to bring it back to council for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask staff a question before we start? If we
You
may?
bet. Go ahead. I'll recognize you first.
Thank you. David, so tonight, or Paul, whoever wants to answer this question, we're asked to make an amendment to the specific plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so within that realm, where do we go from here? For instance, there's not necessarily an approval of any project here, and any project that will have to go forward if this does get approved, we'll still have to go through several iterations of discussion on that. Is that correct?
The project would have to go through the IPD process, so there'd be an architectural review in front of the Planning Commission, as well as the Planning Commission consideration of the project.
And that's, I don't want to call it standard procedure, but that's kind of the procedure that we have here. But tonight, we're asked to amend this specific plan.
That's correct.
And that's all we're asked to do tonight, is that right?
And also adopt the environmental determination that it adequately analyzed the project, including the specific plan amendment and the development project.
And could you kind of explain that a little bit?
Yeah,
if you would,
absolutely.
for me?
It's one of the maybe quirks of CEQA, of the state law, is that the first project approval has to consider all of the potential, project and the project approval. So there's kind of an anti-project splitting policy, and so what it creates sometimes funky situations like this, where the council would be asked to consider the environmental alongside of probably a component of the project, but maybe not all of the project approvals at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And is that, I don't want to call it, again, standard procedure, but is that something that you have to do in situations like this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. That's the only questions I have here.
All right. Does anybody have, well, we're going to do comments, but let's do questions. Councilmember Tennyson.
I would love to ask a question of Fairing, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
You bet.
A representative from Fairing, if you could step up. One of the comments that I would appreciate you addressing was made by a member of the public, that how many cars do 70,000 people need? What is the scope of attraction for a dealership coming to Camarillo? What kind of customer base do you think you're going to be serving? How many cars a year do you anticipate selling? And since you have 25 car dealerships throughout Southern California, I'm hoping you can share some insights.
For sure. Great question. It depends a little bit, and Councilmember Martinez Bravo, I think you brought this up about that car buying experience. A little bit, it's manufacturer by manufacturer. Some have a greater trade area. Some are a little bit more narrow. For the dealerships that we plan on bringing here, and they're related. It's not two separate dealerships. They're related brands. One's a standard brand, one is the upscale version of that brand. It's typically 25 to 50 miles, but depending upon the density of population within that, it can be smaller, it can be larger, but we would envision to be selling cars not just to people residents of the city of Camarillo, but to kind of the broader trade area. But to that point, and I know this is something that is weighing a lot on, I think, some members of the public, but I'm certainly members up there on the dais as well. We're not looking to expand beyond this. The reason why, and the great question about the CEQA document and what was studied and why it's coming now before the project, the CEQA document is very specific. There's only a certain amount of car dealership that's being studied and that we would eventually be seeking approval of the project. It's not the entire area. The city would have to do a new CEQA study, have to determine if there are any impacts, would have discretion over that decision. This is literally about moving a dealership that we own in the adjacent region and moving it here to do a better brand expression, to take advantage of not just Camarillo, but the broader trade area. In terms of the total volume of sales, we would expect it to well exceed $100 million a year in total sales. Because it's going to be, because we get to own the land and because we get to take advantage of ownership and development ourselves, it would be a full line offering. So it wouldn't just be cars, but it would be cars, it would be specialized commercial vehicles. It would be all sorts of things, not that people would be going shopping on the weekend for, that they would come here specifically to purchase in the city and to generate that economic development power from that dealership.
Thank you. One more question for Paul or David. It was mentioned that we don't want big flashy neon signs in Camarillo, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. Would we ever entertain a big flashy neon sign along our 101 corridor?
Yeah, so the signage is actually capped at 35 feet, just like the signs at the Camarillo Town Center. And just like the signs at the Camarillo Town Center, they would basically have internally lit signage that's channel letters or pop-out letters. And you would expect to see a sign that's very similar to the ones that are at the Camarillo Town Center. We would not be, no more keyboard, no giant display, no neon. We have a lighting ordinance as well. The lighting ordinance does not allow the light to go outside of the property boundaries. It all has to be pointed down. Our most recent lighting ordinance is as near dark sky compliant as you can get without actually being dark sky compliant.
And one more quick question, and it may seem silly, but we're not going to have a big bouncy balloon man dancing along the freeway, right?
Again, not something that's allowed by signage code or anything like that.
Thank you.
There's not even pennant flags or the guys that do all the dance.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right. Why don't we throw it open to comment and moving forward on this? Who'd like to start? It's kind of a blessing for me because as the mayor, I get to go last. So, who'd like to start? Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Oh, I was pointing to you guys to start.
Oh, okay. Well, who wants to?
It doesn't.
Go ahead, Kevin.
All right, so.
She'll yield to you. Okay.
Thank you. All projects are controversial. I'll start by this, that all the easy projects have already been decided, and we're left with the more challenging ones. I've been involved with this property for probably 25 years, and we've had several iterations of what potentially could be put there, and none of them have worked out. And it's through no fault of anybody. It was, economic. It was thought we might have had something there, and we didn't. There was mergers and acquisitions. There was recessions. There were several reasons why nothing has been developed there. We had talked a lot about the Springville interchange, and if I could take a trip down memory lane a little bit, we had a terrible recession in 2008 and 2009. And we thought that that interchange was going to be so far out as far as costs that we're never going to be able to build it. We were projecting somewhere north of about $40 million to build that interchange. And the bids, because of the recession, and I felt really bad for the economy. It's not necessarily a good thing, but it turned out to be a relatively good thing for the city, and I'll tell you why. Because we got it built for somewhere between $25 and $28 million. If we had to build that today, it would be at least double that amount, perhaps triple. So, fast forward to those days to where we are right now. And certain council members in the past and present council members had also said, well, we want to do an economic development study, and we want to try to attract higher paying jobs to Camarillo specifically, so younger people will have at least an opportunity to buy something here. So what is that going to take? Well, the study came in, and you need to make about $100,000 here or so in Camarillo to be before the house. I mean, that's the reality that we all deal with right now. So, when you talk about amending the specific plan, I don't take that lightly. I think it's very, very critical. We've only got X amount of acres left here. They're not producing any more acres here. So I, as one council member, have always wanted to have the highest and best usage of the property that we have left. And I'm very, very sensitive to the industrial part of what we have left, because that is going to be where the higher paying jobs are going to be able to be developed here. The sales tax is really important. We've been very blessed and lucky in the city that we do have a strong sales tax base. What we need now is higher paying jobs here. So to me, as much of anything else, this is a job kind of question here. The applicant has done their due diligence here. They've made a very high quality potential. And the reason why I asked a lot about the industrial and how committed you are, because I'm really committed and I'm going to be looking at that. But I can support this. And I understand the growth and more people in the city. I understand all that, but I look at this as job creation as much as anything else. And I think this is probably the best adoration that I've been involved with from my somewhat limited, but not totally limited knowledge on that. I knew Mr. Selleck very well, had several meetings with him about what potentially could be there. And this new opportunity has come before us, and I think that there's a whole lot more positives with it than not positive. So within that realm, I can support this.
I think you're next up, Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
That sounds good. Yeah, first of all, thank you to all the community members who came and voiced their opinion. I truly value your input, both in person and also all the email communications that were sent. I also reviewed that. I also had the opportunity to review the Planning Commissioners meeting twice. And so that was very helpful as well. There were multiple questions that came through that there are people who want to keep it a farm or want to keep it an open space. And so that is why I asked, like, well, is there even an appetite from growers to actually utilize this as agricultural land? And we heard, through history, it's just not there. As a matter of fact, I have spoken to some folks within the agricultural industry who have talked about how they are actually also struggling a bit. So that's, also a perspective to take into account. I think staff did a wonderful job with this report. I really appreciated the breakdown of how it impacts our city council goals and objectives. This is not something that we just pulled out of a hat. This is something that we have been working on currently and past council to truly provide what these council goals and objectives are. And part of it was, job opportunities. And we also looked at the economic development strategic plan, and that was all implemented in here. So I know it's laid out pretty clear, and also how it impacts our community goals. I think it really broke it down from seeing no impact in housing. It didn't impact the library, the walkability portion of it. So I think there's a lot of really good qualities that this could help to provide our city and the people of Camarillo. I know that there is that, for some, there is that fear or the anxiety that there's going to be like this huge auto mall. I think some of that culture, and I've experienced that as well, it has changed in terms of how we shop for things and how we shop for cars. And as I mentioned, I even purchased, the last car that we purchased, we did everything online, and then you show up and you pick up the car. And it is a Tesla, a little Tesla, by the way, so I could see kind of like that change as well. I do agree with Councilmember Kildee in terms of, I think it's important to look at the history and look at what has been tried and just hasn't been successful. I don't think it's healthy for the city to just leave the land as it is, to actually utilize it and to bring high-paying jobs, good-paying labor jobs during the construction of the project, and then also the permanent jobs. I know there was a comment about the motto of the city, Las personas son la ciudad, and I just want to remind everyone that that means that also includes hardworking people who want to provide for their families. So with that being said, I think I would like to support the Airport North amendment and also the addendum to the final subsequent EIR report.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking everybody for their public comments and the staff for all of their hard work. I agree with Dr. Martinez Bravo that the staff report was really well done. And I also want to thank Councilmember Kildee, Vice Mayor Kildee, and Dr. Martinez Bravo for their comments. I agree with a lot of them. I think the biggest thing that has brought me to my decision with this issue is that we've had the Airport North Specific Plan since 1986. And this plan has always, whether we didn't know exactly what direction it was going to go, was always zoned for industrial commercial use. Which means it's going to be developed. It's not going to sit there, and it shouldn't sit there the way it is now. It's ugly. It's dusty. It should be developed. And so for me, it's not a matter of losing open space, because this space was always designated to be developed. I also went back and I looked at the original plan, and I looked at the plan design objectives, and I just thought it was sort of interesting that even since 1986, these design objectives still really stand true. To create a high-quality business park-like development as a freeway window to the quality of the built environment of the city of Camarillo, consistent with the community design element of the Camarillo General Plan. To site industrial uses in a manner sensitive to the airport, freeway, adjoining business parks, in conformance with the city's heritage zone. Anyway, I think we're still compatible, even though we're making this slight change. I think we're still compatible with the original intent of the Airport North Specific Plan. I think it definitely meets the goals of the city. I think it meets it meets the general plan, and it meets the economic development strategic plan, which is something really important to me. I know when I was first elected, that was, I think, I can't remember what year exactly that was that we had the, I know when I was elected, but I can't remember the exact year that we put the economic development, 2018, so it was the same year I was elected. And we decided that that wasn't going to be a plan that we put on the shelf, that was really going to mean something. And so for the economic reasons of job creation and trying to attract the businesses that we want in the city alone, I can support this. And I just have to add that I'm really happy to hear that there will be union jobs, high-skilled labor jobs to build this, and high-wage jobs afterwards, as you mentioned. So I will support this. That's all I have.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Well, they stole my thunder, so ditto, ditto, and ditto. However, I just want to point out that the Economic Development Strategic Plan calls for a diversification of revenue sources, and Camarillo's general fund is made up largely of two main revenue sources, sales tax and property tax. Development of this property will increase both of those revenue sources because buildings pay a lot more property tax than fallow land sitting vacant. Hopefully the new jobs, and I'm hoping they can sell $10 or $15 million worth of cars or $20 million worth of cars a year, because we could always use that revenue. I also believe, if I've done the percentages correctly, the development of this parcel will be about 25%, 20% car sales, and the rest will be R&D and life sciences. And that's one of the goals of the city, is to bring R&D and life sciences into the city so we can compete with some of our neighbors to the south and attract more high-paying jobs to Camarillo. I'd also remind the public that this land can be developed, as Councilmember Santangelo said. Owners of property have rights to develop their property as long as it meets the general plan, and in this case, the specific plan and the requirements of the codes and ordinances of the city of Camarillo. So we're not going to stop development, no matter how much people think they want that open 45-acre lot to sit fallow along the 101. Property owners have rights, and I support those property owners' rights to develop their land as long as it's within the vision of the city of Camarillo, which I feel like what we've seen tonight it will be. So I will support staff's recommendation tonight.
All right, so I've got a little bit to say, but to start off with, I think I'll say ditto, 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 and ditto. But I do want to go in a little different direction at the end. First of all, I look at this through both a land use lens as well as from an economic development prism. And the economic development side, as well articulated by my colleagues, also includes well-paying jobs, jobs to create this project, and et cetera. We'll leave it at that. This area has been, if Mr. McLaren would put the map back up, this area has, in fact, I think I would ask you to do that because I'm going to get to it in a minute. This area has been in play and known for a commercial, industrial, manufacturing area since 1986. Paul, would you please put up the actual map, the Google picture? Either one. Yeah, you know what, the red one, that's fine. Good, thanks. We already have 2 existing auto dealerships in the city. I don't want people to forget about that. And it's part of our commercial mix. It's part of our commercial retail mix. One of the earlier speakers, I believe it was Mr. Hargrave, spoke about diversification, and one of the other council members spoke about diversification, and I agree with that sentiment. That said, I also am concerned about a matter of balance. Let me just start off by saying I support the project. I support the project. With that said, I notice that, for example, in fact, Paul, would you please put up the other map that had the red and the gray areas? So what concerns me is changing the Airport North specific plan to allow for, potentially, for this specific use on, I believe you said, Mr. McLaren, 190 plus acres of the 335 acre site. And by the way, I take the developers at their word. I think they're acting in good faith, and they're committed to doing a 600,000 acre foot industrial park. And it's important to me that from an economic diversification standpoint, we keep that in place and we limit what we're doing in this area. I'm trying to strike a balance here because we owe it to the generation that's sitting here. We owe it to the to the children who are here, not to point her out, to my grandson, to everyone else. And I'm also mindful of the fact that earlier in the meeting, we sat through a lengthy capital improvement plan program, and I'm mindful of the fact that in order to keep the city going, we have to have sufficient revenues to do what we need to do. We have $271 million in capital improvement projects, which I would assert most of which are vitally important for us, which I hope we do and we build. I am not bothered by having these 2 dealerships adjacent to the freeway. What I want to preserve, though, is a mix of uses, a diversification in this area. And so I think it would be perfectly, in my view, consistent with the applicant's desires to establish the auto dealerships on, I believe it's you're gonna have to help me, Paul, I think it was 10.2 acres here?
Correct.
Okay. I think it would be perfectly in alignment with what the applicant has represented to the city. If we were to approve the first item, which is to adopt the CEQA resolution, because I think we do that on a generic basis, and I'll look at Mr. Sanchez for that and Ms. Richmond to make sure that. But I think with respect to number 2 and adopting the resolution approving an amendment to the Airport North Specific Plan, I think what we should do is to limit it, that designation change, to the 10.2 affected areas, 10.2 acre of affected areas. So what I would, as I understand it, and Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Richmond, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that we could limit the use in terms of this designation of automobile centers and supporting uses. We could limit that to specific areas of the Airport North Specific Plan. And if that's, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if that's correct, then what I would suggest that we do is we approve the amendment, which means approving this project as going forward with these 2 dealerships, mindful of the fact that we have potentially other dealerships on the east side of Springville, because I don't want too much of I'm not using the auto mall world, but I am really focused on diversification and particularly life science and R&D. But I would say we approve this, but we limit this to the specific 10.2 acre parcel that is, or property that, 10.2 acres that has been identified by the applicant. And we do not extend that designation to the remaining area within Airport North Specific Plan. That doesn't mean we can't do more in the future. We could put more in there. But what I'm saying is right now, go slow. And so while I support the project, but I want to make sure that we hold, forgive me, the developer's feet to the fire and say, we want 600,000 acre feet of that industrial park, because we also recognize that as a matter of right now on east of Springville, somebody could say, hey, I want to put in 4 more dealerships. So that would exclude the McGrath parcel out of this designation, and it would exclude all areas except for the 10.2 acres. So I'm willing to make that motion to do that, but normally, as mayor, I wouldn't. I'm going to call on you in a minute, sir. Typically, I'd wait for one of my colleagues to make a motion, so I want to make that motion, but I want to make it in a limited sense. Mr. McLaren, did you have something to add?
I did not. The only thing I would add is that the addendum also would only be for exactly 218,000 square feet of automobile uses is what the addendum approves.
Well, does the let me try it this way. Does the 218,000 square feet in the addendum, that includes the 10.2 acres?
It does.
Is it more than the 10.2? I can't do the mental math that fast on the square feet.
So 218,000 square feet is only 4 acres. So it's only 40% essentially of the 10 acres.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, this is the difference between the building and the site area.
Okay.
So,
but
is that correct?
Would we be oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The 10.2 would address the site area.
Well, would it be if the council were to go in the direction I'm suggesting, would it be inconsistent to approve item number 1, but then with staff recommendation number 1 with respect to the CEQA resolution and the final subsequent EIR, but then on number 2 limit it in the way that I'm asking
They would
for?
not be inconsistent, and I think Mr. McLaren was suggesting that there's an additional guardrail in place.
Okay. And I think you said it would not be inconsistent.
Correct.
Okay. People of my occupational ilk typically use the double negative.
It would
so
be
I want to check
consistent.
with you on that. Okay, it would be consistent. Okay. All right.
You said it would be inconsistent?
It would be consistent.
It would be consistent.
It would be consistent with doing it that way. With my colleague's approval, Councilmember Tennyson, did you have a question?
I would like to hear from the developer prior to saying whether or not I'd support that, if this would have an impact on their decision.
Thank you, because I was just about ready to call in, but I'd rather do it through you, so why don't you ask the developer?
I would love to have the developer come up and answer that
And
question.
respond to
Would
that
this have any negative impact on what you intend to do with the property?
So I think it's a great, we're fully supportive of that idea and that kind of amendment to the amendment, or just the clarification. As a member of the bar, although I would like to point out that giving us a little bit of wiggle room in terms of the land square footage as we design the parcels, so that maybe the dealer needs to own, hypothetically, the road that would connect it to Ventura, West Ventura, or connect it to the road that needs to be on Springville. So we would ask that this limitation be based on the built square footage and not so much on the land square footage. And if you wanted to do it on the land square footage, that you would give us a little bit of grace to like maybe 12 or 13 acres, just as we do the final parcel mapping. We're not looking to expand. It's not going to be more dealers. It's just so that we can accommodate what a manufacturer might require of a dealer to own in terms of owning all of the land and access available there too. So that's why the CEQA document, that's why the CEQA document studied a very specific amount of square footage. Perfectly happy limiting to that, perfectly happy limiting to the amount of dealers, but I'd say that if you're gonna do it on land-based uses, giving us just a little bit more wiggle room, maybe up to like 12 and a half or 13 acres, not increasing the built square footage, just so that we can lay out the site to not kind of run afoul of what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Tennyson, I have okay. Yep. Thank you for that. Let me have a question of staff. From a planning standpoint and from the city standpoint, would it be preferable to have a limitation on the built square footage, or conversely, if I'm understanding the applicant correctly, a land-based limitation? What provides the city with protection while at the same time providing some flexibility to the applicant? But I will readily tell you that I'm looking for protection for the city too in this. You know, there's two interests here.
I'm not sure that either provides more protection. We could structure it in multiple different ways. You could say the 10.2 acres plus any area needed for access would be the limitation for the use on the land square footage side. On the building square footage side, I think we could probably just snap it to the information that's either in the addendum or the smaller number that's actually a part of the current project. So the addendum says 218,000 square feet.
Correct.
And then I believe the current proposal is about 133. And so maybe we round that up to 135,000 and gives slight flexibility for minor changes, but nothing beyond that.
And to add to that, the square footage, I mean, ultimately with the 10.2 acres, you know, a dealership could decide to come in and they decide to take some of that land and add an additional 85,000 square feet of dealership onto that 10.2 acres. So it's kind of the limitation of the actual square footage rather than acreage would prevent them from expanding on the already existing 10.2 acres that you assign or that we set aside.
Right, I don't want them to expand on the 10.2 acres. So this is where I turn to the city attorney and say, Ms. Richmond, would you have a suggestion as to, knowing what the conversation here, as to the form of motion if I were to make one?
Right, and I think some of it can be that the motion is that you're going to allow staff to determine, as between those two options, what is the most effective to achieve the council's concerns and address the applicant's need. So we don't have to figure that out here, but your direction is for the staff to work as between those two options, what works best.
Okay. I really like seeing the sausage made, though, darn it. But,
I know you'd like to get into it now.
I'm sorry.
So if that, I have a question.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
So then if that was the case, we could move recommendations 1 and 2 and then just add that language that you stated.
Well, with the addition that there's going to be removal of the uses in the rest of that area, and then to address the sort of the footprint for where those uses are, that staff will work with the applicant to determine, you know, which of those iterations will work best for what the council's direction is and within what the applicant needs.
Okay.
So would something along the order of, sorry, drafting on the fly?
Sure.
Approving or making a motion to adopt the resolution consistent with recommendation number 2, but limiting the automobile center and supportive uses in the specific area which we have identified in the ANSP to the area for these 2 dealerships, with staff to determine between 2 options which is the best way to proceed. Boy, that's a convoluted motion. But
Well, but I do think staff understands what the direction is. So I know at Planning Commission, we kind of mess around a little bit more like this when you're dealing with these sort of projects. But I do feel that we've heard what the council's concerns are, and I think we're all hearing that. So I don't know if you have to wordsmith it more, but
no, I don't think I want to wordsmith it
Yeah.
more, frankly, because I've never been particularly good making sausage. But I think that that's consistent with the applicant's. That's in alignment with what the applicant is asking for. I think that's in alignment with what I'm asking for. So if my colleagues are okay with it, let me just put that as a motion.
Can I?
See if I can get a second for that. Oh,
Can
go
I ask
ahead
one
before I
question?
make my motion.
I'm going to ask the counselor, do we have to make a motion for this separately, or can we combine them? Option 1 and 2, your one's
Well, one's
for
its
the
own
EIR.
motion.
Do we have to do that separately?
Correct. That'll
Okay.
be one, and then you're going to say the second, which we've already stated at this point. The mayor
Right.
stated, and I'm comfortable with him saying that is my motion. And then we'll work with the city clerk to make sure that is your motion.
I will second the mayor's motion.
Did we do
Number
did we
2.
do one?
Do you wanna
Should we
say
do
it?
one
I did.
first?
Yeah.
Should
Yeah,
we
we're
do
doing 1 and 2
chronological?
together, or you want to do one separately?
I heard you gotta do
Let's do
separate.
them separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation number 1.
I'll second that motion.
For clarity, the motion is to approve the addendum, which is the environmental document.
That's correct. I don't think any additional language needs to
Nope,
be made to
that's just
that.
item 1 is recommended by
So
staff.
we have a motion,
Right.
and we have a second on that item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildy,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. I'll make a further motion as to item 2, as was just previously articulated
Second.
by the city attorney.
Second.
Well, we have it on the record, and we can go back to the record.
Dissertation
No, I'm
here.
not going to try again.
Oh, man.
I know my limitations.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildy,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. All right. I want to thank everyone who is here
Thank you.
tonight and everyone who spoke. We really appreciate you being here. It's great since we moved to the library. We see more people at our meetings now here at the library than we saw in council chambers, and we can't quite figure out why, but it's a pleasure to have all of you here with us tonight. And thank you to the children who were here tonight.
thank you.
You are a rock star. Okay. We have, at this point, we won't be much longer. We have a closed session. Actually, we will, but before we recess back into closed session, are we adjourning in memory of?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, you wanna do
so
that?
I'd like to do this first. We're going to adjourn in memory of Larry Davis, and I'd like my council members to speak to this. And then we will be going back into closed session. And you don't expect a report out of closed session this evening, do you?
No, I do not.
Ms. Richmond, on items that were listed on the closed session agenda. I believe it's item B.
B
correct.
on the council
On the
and
council
A on
and-
sanitary
And A on the sanitary district. Okay, so we'll be going back into closed session in just a few minutes, but if we could then provide our comments relative to an adjournment in memory of Larry Davis, and I think I'd call on Vice Mayor Kildee.
This is really hard for me. When I was first elected to the city council, Mr. Davis was the first one that called and congratulated me and welcomed me to the city of Camarillo. and he became a very close personal friend through those years. Larry was a tireless employee of the city council, or the city of Camarillo, and he had one thing that he would always say, and he never deviated from that, that I love the city of Camarillo. Some of the best years of my life were actually when I worked for the city. Larry was supportive of everybody that he met. He never met anybody that didn't become a friend of his. Larry was with us in good times, and he was with us in bad times too. And if it wasn't for his leadership several years ago, we wouldn't have the city that we have today. His wife, Pam, my condolences go out to them and his 2 children. And Larry was also a military man. He loved his country, served his country with distinction. Everything that Larry did was with humble pride and a very humble determination to get the very best out of people that he could. He was loved by everybody. I never knew anybody that ever had a bad word to say about Larry Davis. And it was my distinct pleasure to call him a friend, to know him personally, and to be my mentor, and allowed me to serve this beautiful city that I'm so blessed to be able to serve, because a lot of it, Mr. Davis and his encouragement and his general overall knowledge. He's going to be missed. I'm going to miss him terribly here. He loved all council members. He loved all of you. And one of the biggest cheerleaders I think that Camarillo ever had. So it's with a great sorrow that he's no longer with us, but his memory for the city of Camarillo will live on for a long, long time, if not ever. So Godspeed, Larry.
I, too, feel a tremendous loss. I met Larry in 87 or 88, and yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo, I know that was a long time ago, when we were both in the Noontime Optimist Club together. Larry was always a giver to the community, not just as a city employee, but through his philanthropic works in the community. When I was a captain assigned to the Camarillo station and used to go out on patrol on Friday evenings, the first person that wanted to be with me on a ride-along was Larry Davis. My predecessor, Steve Giles, went out almost every Friday night, and Larry was his backup partner with his own mag light or Kel light with him all the time. Larry, I think he had a little internal desire to be a police officer at one point, and he lived it through ride-alongs with the station captains, and then later when I came on to Camarillo as the commander, he was the one, like Councilmember Kildee said, that was one of the first ones to welcome me, and he was my mentor as a young whippersnapper wet behind the ears police chief, and I could sometimes be a little over the top, and I know that's a surprise to some of my council members, and he'd always call me in and say, David, maybe you could word that a little bit differently. I have tremendous respect for Larry. 2 weeks ago, he called me to let me know it was end of life times, and I had the opportunity to go up to the hospital and spend about 20 minutes with him. There were no dry eyes because I knew we were going to lose a great member of our community. The only grudge I ever harbored towards Larry Davis was his constant ribbing me every time the Green Bay Packers beat my Minnesota Vikings. I have finally come to a position where I can forgive him for that. It took me until 2 weeks ago to do that. So he can't give me a hard time anymore as a cheesehead, but we are going to miss Larry, keep his wife Pam and his son who's in Vermont, and his daughter happens to work for the sheriff's office and lives locally here in Camarillo, but keep Pam and the family in your prayers and thoughts.
I will say ditto to my colleagues. I had the privilege of knowing Larry for when we moved here in '83, so 40 plus years. I met Larry pretty soon after we moved here. Larry Davis was a person on whom you build a community. He was incredible in terms of his love for this community, this city, and all he did for it. He's a class act. My condolences to Pam and to his family. He will be missed. Okay. With that, we're going to adjourn. No, we're not adjourning. We are recessing to closed session, but officially, if Christy, you could note that we're going to adjourn in Larry's memory. Thank you.